Alright, we are gonna try this again. Hopefully, we are streaming on all the platforms. I know Facebook was having issues a couple minutes ago. I tried to end it and restart, and hopefully that will fix all of the issues that we were having on Facebook. But if not, hopefully YouTube and Twitch will be good. But yeah, so we were in the middle of going through this crate. I was about to put up an auction, and then the stream crashed. Let's see, I see Mike Massey just commented from Facebook, so hopefully that's a good sign that the Facebook stream is working. I'm gonna try to check on my phone and see if it says we're live. It says we're live, so that's a good sign. Hopefully, we will continue to stay live for the rest of the time. I'll give everyone a couple minutes to get filtered back in here, since we had to restart. Awesome, yes, thank y'all for all of the confirmation that Facebook is working. Right. I guess we can keep going through this crate and then we can recap it in a second. And then, so next in the crate we've got The Best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door. That's 2 LPs, and it is $49.99. Chad didn't leave me any stickers, you know? I feel like he should have drawn some stickers. And then next up, we've got The Cranberries MTV Unplugged. This is the first time this has been released on vinyl in its entirety. It is $33.99 on Cranberries MTV Unplugged. You know, I do not know if Twitch has closed captioning or not. I have never actually used the Twitch platform. Hello, everybody. And next up, an actually thematically appropriate record for tonight, we've got Deicide, Serpents of the Light. This is on Deathly Blue vinyl, $44.99. Oh, and let's see, we've got a claim on the Cranberries. We've got Michael McDade, sold on the Cranberries for $33.99. Thank you, Michael McDade. That is our first sale of the evening. And also, I don't know if you were on, but Chad let me know the price of the Aussie pop figure. They are $29.99, and they're like flocked. He's like fuzzy, pretty cool, like a true werewolf man. Hello, everybody. We should be live. I know Facebook was having some issues earlier, but hopefully we are back and rolling. And then, oh yeah, I showed y'all Deicide. And then there's another Deicide. And another one that is rather appropriate for tonight since Chad is off seeing Paul McCartney. We got the Wings box set. That is $114.99. It's 3 LPs, got 32 tracks curated by Paul himself, 2 posters and a sticker sheet on 180 gram black vinyl. And let's see. David Johnson, I do have some Japanese. I'm gonna try to put some of those up if I can. And then I have no idea if Chad got a good spot in line. Hopefully he got in the building. Then is Earth to be released tomorrow? I will check real quick. I know the last time I looked, it was pushed back to maybe like the 21st of this month, but I will double check and see what I can find on that Earth, because I know that's a big one. I know we all want updates on when Earth comes out. Okay, it's looking like the release date for Earth is 11/21/25, theoretically, unless they push it again. Tim Rory, I am not 100% sure. I know that sometimes Seth will take auctions home and get them ready, so it's possible that he took that King's X, and that could be why I haven't seen it. And then Pam, I did order some Riot Girl for tonight. Hello to my mom. And then, wait, did Facebook crash again? And yeah, I would not doubt that he got in line at 6 a.m. this morning. I certainly hope Facebook didn't crash again, but let's see. I'm seeing that it still says live. Okay, yeah. Okay, Jill confirmed for me that we are live. Mark Morris, we have technically 5 crates of new vinyl, but 4 that I can show because 1 crate is stuff that I'm not sure if it's pre-orders or waiting list stuff, so I don't want to show them and, you know, they get claimed and it was supposed to go to someone else. Hello, Natasha. And, okay, Facebook is live, but there's a lag. Okay. And then I believe the last thing we've got in this crate here is REM Radio Free Europe 2025. $24.99 on orange vinyl. That's a 10-inch. We will recap that crate, but we've got several people on now. What about we run an auction or two? Actually, probably just one at a time. I don't think I could do more than 1 auction at once. It will make my brain melt, and we don't want that. But David Johnson had just asked for some Japanese, so let's start off with a Japanese pressing of the Breakfast Club soundtrack. The Breakfast Club soundtrack. Check out the condition here. It is, yep, your typical beautiful, pristine Japanese vinyl. Breakfast Club is going to go up for a $35 start. Man, my display was beautiful, but I didn't think about the fact that I need to make sure that I have room for a whole record. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll move some stuff around. Oh, that's gonna fall over. Put that one there, possibly. Okay. But Breakfast Club is gonna be up for a $35 start. And Scott DeWallow is already in for $35. I wasn't given any information about how to do the flip videos, so I am guessing that Chad's probably going to handle all the flip video stuff tomorrow whenever he gets back. Carol, this is part 2 because part 1 lasted like 5 minutes before Facebook decided to just stop working. But yes, we are technically in part 2, even though it is only 6:30 p.m. And then, let's see. Yep, we had the 1 bid on Breakfast Club with Scott DeWallow at $35, so that's still our high bid. We'll recap this crate real quick. First off, we had Pink Floyd Metal, $33.99. And then we had Pink Floyd The Endless River, $39.99. And then Javi Soto has bid 36 on the Breakfast Club. So our high bid's 36 on Breakfast Club. And we've got The Life of a Showgirl, $38.99. And Matt Nichols had also bid 36 on Breakfast Club, but Javi Soto already had the high bid at 36. So we will have to do a little bit higher. Yeah, okay, Scott DeWallow now got Breakfast Club at 37. Got a couple more Taylor Swifts in there. And Symphony Underworld, $39.99 on transparent violet vinyl. Oh, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I've even got my Taylor Swift friendship bracelets on. Then we've got Electronic Raise the Pressure, $39.99. And Scott DeWallow out on Breakfast Club, and then Javi Soto has got, well, actually, no. Matt Nichols has got the high bid at 38. Okay, wait, hold on. Matt Nichols had the high bid at 38, and then Scott DeWallow bid 37, and then said out, and then Javi Soto said 38, and then Matt Nichols said out. But Javi Soto has bid 39, so 39 on Breakfast Club. Okay, so George Jones, yes, Kiss Lights have come in. I'm not going to be showing them tonight just because I don't have access to like the whole pre-order list, and I don't 100% know if we got the full order or not. But theoretically, Chad will sort all of that out tomorrow. And then Mark Morris, yeah, I don't know. Chad should have made some like Paul McCartney friendship bracelets to hand out at the show. Hello, Solarplex. This is the second time I've ever hosted, so you have not missed many of my shows. Only one. And then we've got Danny Thomason on Endless River. So that is sold to Danny Thomason for $39.99. Pink Floyd Endless River. Oh, yeah, Coletco's bracelets. We could make like Coletco friendship bracelets and sprinkle them into random orders like we do with the stickers. Okay, I'm seeing Kurt Barron says that he's got no video on Facebook. Does everybody else have video on Facebook? And next in this crate, we've got Black Sabbath. We sold our soul for rock and roll on 180-gram translucent green vinyl, $38.99. Okay, Melanie Clausen is saying that the video is good. Okay. Y'all are confirming the feed's good, thank you. Then we've got The Best of Pink Floyd, A Foot in the Door, $49.99. And then we've got James Chilcott bid on The Breakfast Club, so that is now at $40 with James Chilcott. And then Tim Rory, if you can either send that request in a message to the Coletco page or to my page, we can check on that for you. Alrighty. And then Javi Soto's got Breakfast Club at 41. Next in the crate, we've got The Cranberries MTV Unplugged, $33.99. Oh, Patty K. Yes, I was experiencing some difficulties in part 1, but we will put Patty K on the waiting list for Count Chocula. And then next up in the crate, we've got Deicide Serpents of the Light on Deathly Blue vinyl for $44.99. Okay, and then we have Michelle Clements claiming a Cranberries, so that is sold to Michelle Clements. Yeah, I think last night we had some like Count Chocula figures. I saw them whenever I was walking around. Right, and then showed y'all the Deicide. Then next in this crate is that big old Wings box set for $114.99. And last in this crate, REM Radio Free Europe on orange vinyl, the 10-inch there. Then, if y'all want to make any claims, just let me know. But I think we may go to one of our next new crates. Okay. Michael Wood would like to be put on a waiting list for a Kiss Light. We will put you on a waiting list for the Kiss Light, Michael Wood. Thank you. Yeah, they should make Frankenberry and Blueberry. I don't know which distributor we got those from, or else I could check and see if they had them, but Cool, so we're gonna swap out this crate. How much are the Kiss lights? That is a fantastic question. I love how there are 2 items in the store that I don't know prices on, and those are both things that I've been asked about so far. But I can find how much the Kiss lights are if on the pre-order in Whole Lot of Records. So I'm gonna check on that real quick. Make sure I'm getting the right price. $59.99. The Kiss lights are $59.99. Here's our pre-order post up in Whole Lot of Records. Oh, Natasha, I found a bunch of Japanese Taylor Swift CDs in stock from our distributor, which actually I may go ahead and just show those next, because those are pretty neat. I've got some of them lined up back there, as y'all can see. Awesome, and Mike Massey has shared the link for Whole Lot of Records. Be sure to join Whole Lot of Records if y'all have not already. But next, I've got a crate of CDs. And let me double check. But I believe our last bid on the Breakfast Club was Javi Soto at $41, and he's had that high bid for a couple of minutes now, so we will move Breakfast Club to a final call. Final call on the Breakfast Club. Alright, so first off in our lovely Japanese CD order, we've got Taylor Swift Speak Now. This is Taylor's version. It's a 2 CD set. I know it looks like a 7-inch, but it's in mini LP packaging. It comes with a guitar pick, and then of course it's got, you know, all the vault tracks, everything like that. These are $39.99. So Speak Now is $39.99 for the 2 CD Japanese version. And let's see, we've got Natasha Pickett on a Speak Now, sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you. And then our next Taylor Swift Japanese CD, similar packaging to that Speak Now. It's also a 2 CD. This is the Tortured Poets Department, and this is the full version. It's got all the songs, all 30-something songs. So this one is a little bit pricier. It's $54.99, but you get all the songs. Okay, and then Michelle Clements would also like a Taylor Swift. And since these are all going to be Taylor Swift CDs, let's try to claim by title, if possible. Yeah, John Robb, it's the anthology version, yeah. But we've got the Tortured Poets Department Anthology for $54.99. And then I got all these CDs too. So, well, now we'll start from the beginning. We've got Debut for $29.99. I'll leave a copy there so we could, well, we can't really, I guess, look at it very well, but we've got Debut, got a couple copies of that for $29.99. And then we've got Fearless, a couple copies of that for $29.99. And then I was under the impression that this one would also be Japanese because it said import, but I think it's just European because it looks exactly like the US CD. This one's also $29.99. And then we've got Reputation for $33.99. We've got Evermore for $29.99. I will pause there. I know we had moved Breakfast Club to a final call, and nobody else ever bid, so we are going to sell the Breakfast Club. Well, if I can find the comment, hold on. Okay, we are going to sell the Breakfast Club for $41 to Javi Soto. Thank you, Javi. That is sold to you. And then let me get caught back up. People wondering if it's Metal Knight or Taylor Knight. It's both. And let's see. We are still getting started with the metal auctions. We may not do Shout at the Devil quite yet. It's still a little bit early, but I will be sure to run that one sooner rather than later. And then Natasha would like to claim a Fearless. So Fearless is sold to Natasha Pickett. And we also have Natasha on the Tortured Poets department, sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you, Natasha. And then all right, then we've got a couple requests for me to sing. You know, I may sing if, you know, I come across an album that's got a song that I like on it a lot, but for the most part, probably not gonna happen. And let's see, I believe, okay, that was the extent of all of the Japanese Taylor Swift CDs. We got Debut, Fearless, Speak Now Is Not Japanese, Reputation, and Evermore, all available. And then we also have the different versions of The Life of a Showgirl. Those are all $19.99. We got each of the different covers. That's probably my favorite. So we got all of those, but these are $19.99 a piece, and then they all have you know, different bonus tracks. So this version has Elizabeth Taylor, the So Glamorous Cabaret version, and the original songwriting memo for Elizabeth Taylor. This one has The Fate of Ophelia, Alone in My Tower acoustic, and then Eldest Daughter acoustic. And then this version, it's got Opalite, the acoustic version, and then Ruin the Friendship. It says the My Advice version, so I don't know if that's acoustic or like a demo, but you know, an alternate mix there. And then this one's got Wishlist, the acoustic version, and then The Life of a Showgirl, dressing room rehearsal version. So each of those are $19.99. And yeah, John Robb, this one, I was like, well, that one looks familiar because John Robb sent me that one. Okay, so let's put up a metal auction since that seems to be what y'all are chiefly interested in. I guess it's Metal Knight after all. We will do Fort Knox. Fort Knox is a self-titled album, 1982 USOG in EX condition, up for a $10 start. $10 start on Fort Knox. Get all these Taylor Swift CDs squared away real quick. But if y'all need any Taylor CDs, let me know. I will have them by me all night. See, Patrick Lear, I understand that, but we could expand our horizons. We could all try listening to Taylor Swift and metal. I think that would be cool. But yes, Fort Knox was in EX condition, up for a $10 start. And then I will get these moved out of the way here. And let's see. I accidentally have made my work area a disaster. I don't even know if I can get through here. Okay. So next up, we have got some new vinyl that Chad had ordered for tonight. Awesome. Craig has shared that track listing for Fort Knox. Thank you, Craig. I agree, Mike Massey. All right, first of this crate, we've got Dio Killing the Dragon for $34.99. We got 2 copies of that one. Jim B, I don't 100% know which crates would be sanctioned for half off for $6.99, but I will try to get a hold of Chad and see if there's anything like that that I can show, hopefully. Okay, and then looks like we've got an opening bid on Fort Knox with Victor Guerra bidding 10 on Fort Knox. Alrighty, and then next off in this crate, we've got Bruce Dickinson, more Balls to Picasso. That's $44.99. $44.99. Michelle Clements, price on Dio. Price on Dio. Dio is $34.99, Michelle. And next off in this crate, we've got Warrant Cherry Pie for $39.99. Looks like this one is on yellow marbled vinyl. I know they've done a couple different colors of that one over the years, but this is yellow marbled on that Warrant. And then Stone Sour, $39.99. You're right, Patty. I'm literally the one who told Chad that he can't have his phone in the concert and that it would be locked away. And yeah, no, he can't answer any of my questions. Oh, okay, and then Javi Soto would like an REM from that crate earlier. So this is sold to Javi Soto for $24.99. Thank you, Javi. And let's see, we've got another bid on Fort Knox. Edwin Rivera's got Fort Knox at 13. And then Scott DeWallow. Scott DeWallow is on for the Stone Sour, sold to Scott DeWallow. And then John Bergstrom. John Bergstrom sold on Warrant. Thank you, John. And Stephen Lewis Jr. would like a Dio. So we're going to sell that to Stephen Lewis Jr. Thank you. Donna, I have not heard anything about the Weekend Picture Disc singles, but after the show, I will try to look into those. If you could shoot me a message on Facebook just so I don't forget, that would be awesome. And then Victor Guerra has got Fort Knox at 15. And then, alrighty, next off in this crate, I kind of put us back in the back a little bit, but next we've got The Revenge of Alice Cooper. That is $44.99. It says it's a new album by the original Alice Cooper group. That's pretty cool. And next off, we've got Blue Murder, Nothing But Trouble. That is on blue with a black cat swirl vinyl, and it is $54.99. And next up, we got Scott DeWallow on Alice Cooper, sold. Thank you, Scott DeWallow. Alrighty then. Next off, we've got Judas Priest, Point of Entry for $33.99. And now Edwin Rivera has got Fort Knox at 20. So Edwin Rivera's got that high bid on Fort Knox. Yeah, it says black cat swirl, so I assume that's probably just like a black swirl, but they called it that because he's holding that cat? I don't really know. And then next we've got Obituary, self-titled on Black and Halloween Orange Galaxy vinyl. They're limited to 2,500. And then next we've got Todd Kilgore on Alice Cooper, and then David Pitts. These Alice Coopers are $44.99. I'm about to sell our last copy, but we can always put you on a waiting list if you would like. And then James Bullock with like a Judas Priest. So that is sold to James Bullock for $33.99. And Brian Campbell, Obituary is also $33.99. Obituary is $33.99. Oh, everything's falling over. Alrighty, and then next off we've got Kix Hot Wire for $39.99. I believe that's that Friday music pressing on the green and blue vinyl. And then Brian Campbell would like to claim one of those obituaries. That is sold to you, Brian. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Edwin Rivera has had Fort Knox at 20 for a couple minutes now, so we are going to move Fort Knox to a final call. And then we've got Gregory Roberts on a Kix, sold to Gregory Roberts. Thank you, Gregory. And then next we've got Tony Riddle on an obituary. That is sold to Tony Riddle. Thank you. And again, if there's anything in this crate that we sell out of that y'all want on a waiting list for, just let us know in the comments and we'll get you on the waiting list. What's up, Hiram? Next we've got Accept Metal Heart. That is $39.99. A nice music on vinyl pressing there. Got a couple copies of that Accept. And then we've got Cinderella Still Climbing, $38.99. That's also on 180 gram vinyl. And we have a couple copies of that Cinderella. Next we've got Motley Crue Theater of Pain. That is $33.99. And then Ken Crooker on an Accept, sold to Ken Crooker. Thank you very much. That's sold for $39.99. We have those Motley Crues. And we've got Official Live Pantera, 101 proof. Pure Against the Grain American Metal. I don't know what the actual title is, so I'm just going to read you all the words I can see. $49.99 on Pantera there. Appears to be some sort of live album. And we've got Motley Crue Too Fast for Love. That is $33.99. A couple copies of those. And then we've got Judas Priest Painkiller. That is on blue marbled vinyl and remastered from the analog tapes for $39.99. Oh, thank you, Jane Nutra. Live 101 proof. Okay, and we had moved Fort Knox to that final call. Nobody else bid. So we are going to sell this to Edwin Rivera for $20. That is sold to Edwin Rivera. Thank you, Edwin. And then Chris Smith on a Judas Priest. Just confirming, was that for Painkiller? Probably. I know there was one earlier in the crate, but probably Painkiller. Mark, I'm not 100% sure if this is the same one, but I will attempt to look in Whole Lotta Records real quick and see what I can find out. Okay, yeah, it looks like this is the same version of Painkiller that was up for pre-order in the group. So, this may be... Well, that's weird because it says that those are due out 11/28. The Alice Cooper and Painkiller were both pre-orders. Okay, so it may be possible that I have already done the exact save that Ed and I were trying to avoid. Oh no. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay, so I just did a little bit of research, and I did in fact find, I found pre-orders for both of those. So I actually am going to refrain from selling these painkillers right now, because these are apparently up for pre-order. And then, since we already sold those two Alice Coopers, we're just gonna keep them sold, and then hopefully the rest will come in for the pre-order. I apologize on those painkillers, y'all. And then Phil Elliott would like to be put down for a kiss light. And let's see. Scott Van Sickle, we still have that 101 proof live. We can sell that to you. So that is sold to... Oh, how did I lose this already? Oh, okay, interesting. My restream has stopped updating. Love that. Okay. So, Scott Van Sickle, this Pantera is sold to you. Luckily, I can see you on my monitor. You just weren't on my actual feed. But that is sold to Scott. And I'm getting another auction up. Next, we've got Twisted Sister, Under the Blade. Twisted Sister is a 1985 US OG. It's a club copy. It's got the original inner sleeve there. It's in EX condition, and that is up for a... That appears to be a 15. I think it's a 15. $15 start. Yeah, for real, the technology is like conspiring against me tonight. It does not want my sale to be good. Let's see, Pantera cost. Pantera is $49.99, Brian. Oh, Mark, it is totally okay. You have not thrown me off. It is more so the, it is the technology throwing me off tonight. Okay, and then a question about Motley Crue Too Fast for Love. Let's see, where was it? Here. Motley Crue Too Fast for Love. That one was $33.99. It is the 40th anniversary remaster. I don't know if it's on black vinyl or color or something, but those are $33.99 and available. And then Solarplex has opened Twisted Sister at $15. Got Solarplex as the first bid there. And then Steve MC 2112 has got it at $18 for Twisted Sister, and Solarplex back at $20. And then Scott Arnold is saying that this is a repress. Paul wrote OG, so I just gotta go with what Paul says, but it may be a repress. And Yep, our high bid on Twisted Sister is still sitting at $20 with Solarplex Studios over on YouTube. And then Metallica, Ride the Lightning, perfect for Metal Night, $29.99. Then James Bullock has bid $30 on Twisted Sister, now our new high bid on Twisted Sister. And then Matt Nichols would like to claim a Motley Crue Too Fast for Love that is sold to Matt Nichols for $33.99. Thank you, Fred. I thought it would be fun to, you know, let everybody know, even just in the image, you know, Chad is not hosting tonight. And then next we've got Van McCoy and the Soul City Symphony, Disco Baby, 50th anniversary. That's $36.99, and it's really cool Zoetrope picture disc there. You too. Bye, Jill. And let's see, we've got James Chilcott on both Motley Crues, and then we've had a couple updates in our bidding. It looks like now our high bid on Twisted Sister is Solarplex at $33. So let's see, both Motley Crues for James Chilcott. So we've got a Too Fast for Love and a Theater of Pain, both sold to James Chilcott. Thank you, James. And okay, y'all had seen those. Saw that. And then next in this crate we've got Taiketo. Taiketo is $39.99 on teal with white swirl. And then last here in this crate we've got In Memory of Paul Di'Anno on limited Sparkle Starlight vinyl for $29.99. I believe probably unofficial based on the cover art, but looks pretty neat there. And then we've got Matt Nichols on a Motley Crue Theater of Pain as well. Thank you, Matt Nichols. That is sold to you as well. Alright, and then we've got some more bids on Twisted Sister. James Bullock had it at $35. And then Sean Miller bid $37 over on YouTube. And Solarplex is out on Twisted Sister. And then Greg Smith, Warrant is $39.99. $39.99 on Warrant. And then Michael McDade, sold on a Paul Di'Anno. That is sold to Michael McDade. Thank you. $29.99 on that. And then Fred Carnell, sold on a Taiketo for $39.99. And Fred Carnell is sold on a Paul Di'Anno for $29.99. And if anybody else wants a Paul Di'Anno, let us know and we can put you on a waiting list. So we've got 007 Platinum on a waiting list for Paul Di'Anno. And then we had already gotten the one for Michael McDade pulled. And then Greg Smith will take a warrant. Thank you, Greg Smith. That is sold to you for $39.99. Pretty good little crate there. We will recap it real quick. And then James Bullock has also gone out on Twisted Sister. I believe basically everybody has gone out on Twisted Sister other than our high bidder, who is Sean Miller on YouTube at $37. So we'll move that to a final call. Twisted Sister is at a final call. And then Matt Nichols would also like to be on the Paul Di'Anno wait list. So 007 Platinum and Matt Nichols on that Paul Di'Anno wait list. And we're just going to recap this crate real quick. Got Dio, Killing the Dragon, $34.99 on 20th anniversary red and orange swirl vinyl. And then we've got More Ball to Picasso by Bruce Dickinson, $44.99. And next we've got Stone Sour. This one appears to be self-titled, $39.99. Blue Murder, Nothing But Trouble, blue and black swirl, $54.99. Judas Priest Point of Entry, $33.99. Accept Metal Heart, $39.99. Susie, is that a claim for warrant? Just let me know. And then next we've got Cinderella Still Climbing, $38.99. Had 2 copies of that one. And then we've got Pantera Official Live 101 Proof, that's $49.99. Metallica Ride the Lightning, $29.99. 2 copies of that. And then Disco Baby by Van McCoy and the Soul City Symphony of $36.99 on this really cool looking Zoetrope. But those are some of the new arrivals for tonight. That was everything that Chad ordered that came in for tonight. And then I've got 3 crates of vinyl that I ordered. And then two crates that I found that were things that I had ordered that were left over. Yeah. I can absolutely recap the Taylor Swifts, because we actually have a few more that aren't pictured on the wall as well. Oh, Paul Diano is official. Oh, cool. Okay, I know the rest of you are going to be mad at me, but I've specifically been asked to recap the Taylor Swift, so I'm going to do that real quick. I'll move another crate over here, though. Let's see. Alrighty. So this next crate that we go through is going to be some new vinyl that I ordered. I know y'all like that sometimes. Sometimes nothing gets claimed, but you know, such is the way of the world. Okay, Donna, I will recap those. Also, I said I was going to sell Twisted Sister. No one else bid, so Twisted Sister is sold to Sean Miller for $37. Thank you, Sean. And I will get up another auction. We've got Tokyo Blade, Black Hearts and Jaded Spades. Tokyo Blade is a 1985 UK OG. It is in VG++ condition according to Paul, and it is up for a $15 start. Alrighty, so first up in this crate of new vinyl that I have ordered, we've got Air Moon Safari. That is $29.99 on Air Moon Safari. Fantastic French band there. And then we've got Aphex Twin. Aphex Twin, this is Window Liquor. This is one that we haven't had before, so if you are missing some gaps in your Aphex Twin collection, that might help fill it. $29.99 on Aphex Twin there. And let's see, we've got Bret Michaels Wig Open Tokyo Blade at $15. Sean Miller, you did win Twisted Sister. Yes. And next off in this crate, we've got the Blue Velvet soundtrack. That is $29.99 on the Blue Velvet soundtrack. One of my favorite movies there. Got Kyle MacLachlan. And, I should know her name. I follow her on Instagram, Isabella Rossellini. Next, we've got Rina Sawayama. This is her Rina EP. This was her first release. Fantastic artist. Y'all who are metalheads should actually check out Rina Sawayama. She has very interesting pop production that mixes, like, a lot of, like, really heavy metal guitars and stuff with pop production. It's really sick. I think you would maybe like Rina Sawayama. Check her out. And then Cameron Lingefeld. Cameron is sold on an Aphex Twin. Thank you, Cameron. Sold to you for $29.99. Also, I promised Donna that I would recap these Taylor Swift CDs. So, we've got Taylor Swift Debut Japanese CD for $29.99. And then we've got a couple copies of Fearless, the Japanese CD, also $29.99. And then we've got Ivan Rychek claiming a Blue Velvet soundtrack. Thank you, Ivan. That is sold to you. Man, this first crate's actually filling up rather quickly, but I've also mostly shown new vinyl, so that kind of explains it. Okay, and then next we've got, in the Taylor Swift department, we've got Speak Now. This one was listed as an import, so I thought it would be Japanese, but I think it's just European or something. It looks exactly like the American CD, but it is $29.99. And then we've got Reputation, the Japanese CD, for $33.99. Then we've got Evermore on Japanese CD for $29.99. I have a few copies of those. And then, last but not least, well, there's technically two more titles, but we've got the Tortured Poets Department, the anthology version. That's the version that's got like over 30 tracks, definitely the full, most complete version of the album there for $54.99. And then Speak Now Taylor's version, the Japanese 2 CD set, and it comes with a cool little guitar pick there. Those are $39.99. But there's a recap on the Taylors for us. And we'll get back to this crate. Next up, we have, I showed y'all Arena. Next, we've got Boards of Canada, Music Has the Right to Children for $39.99. And then next we've got brand new Deja Entendu for $36.99. I can't remember someone asked me a while back if we could order brand new. It was out of stock for a while, but I got brand new now. So come and get them. And next we've got Julie Cruz, Floating into the Night. Julie Cruz, best known for doing the theme song to Twin Peaks, Falling. She collaborated with David Lynch quite a bit. Always made fantastic music together. And next we've got Crystal Castles. Crystal Castles is, I believe, self-titled. Yeah, self-titled. I know the dude in Crystal Castles sucks, but Alice Glass rules. So she's the one who gets the money anyway. Crystal Castles is $39.99. Craig Thomas is right. Boards of Canada is essential. If you like Aphex Twin, you would probably like Boards of Canada. If you like One of Tricks Point Never, a more like ambient electronic artist, you would probably be all over Boards of Canada. Next up, we've got Glass Animals, Zaba for $39.99. And then Carly Rae Jepsen, Emotion for $33.99. And I will let you guys know, so it's one of my favorite albums ever, and apparently the vinyl version does not have the entire track list. So that made me really sad whenever I realized that, but the songs that are on here are still representative of the spirit of Emotion, and they're still fantastic, and I still highly recommend it. But just be warned, it is not the full album. And then next, another Rina Sawayama. This is her full-length first LP. This one is Sawayama for $29.99. I believe that's on gold vinyl. Okay, I have not seen any more bids on Tokyo Blade since Bret Michaels' wig opened it at 15. So we're gonna move Tokyo Blade to a final call. And then next in this crate, we've got the Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me soundtrack. Another David Lynch directed wonderful film there. This one's $38.99 for the soundtrack. The song on here, The Pink Room, goes crazy. All the songs are fantastic, but that's like one of my favorite things that Angelo Badalamenti has ever composed, period. And then next we've got Taylor Swift, 1989, and it is $29.99 on Miss Taylor there. And last but not least in this crate, another Twin Peaks soundtrack, but this is the one from the 3rd season, the limited event series that Showtime put out a couple years ago. So that means that 9 Inch Nails is on here. They are right there, if you can see, they have like an epic performance in the Roadhouse in the 3rd season. Spoiler. Okay, we've got a couple more blades on Tokyo Blade. Christian Driscoll has got Tokyo Blade for 20. And then Bret Michaels' wig has got Tokyo Blade at 22. And Head Nut on Twin Peaks. Head Nut, is that for the Fire Walk With Me soundtrack? If you could just say claim. Gregory, I see it now. That's fantastic. I should have ordered Power Mad for tonight. That would have actually been perfect. Like, that's the exact kind of, that's what plays in my brain when I think of Metal Night, is that Power Mad song, Slaughterhouse. Okay, and then the high bid on Tokyo Blade is still at 22 with Bret Michaels' wig. Okay, and now Victor Guerra has got Tokyo Blade at 24, and Christian Driscoll has got Tokyo Blade at 25. And then, yeah, Head Nut, did we figure out if you wanted the... Okay, yes, it was Fire Walk With Me. Thank you. Sold to Head Nut. And Head Nut, if you're interested, we do also have the series from Twin Peaks The Return soundtrack for $39.99. But I will recap this crate real quick and let y'all think about if there's anything in there you saw the first time you might want to snag. Brandon Jones, I do not know if there are any Metallica Japanese CDs. I would guess that there probably are, but I have not actually checked. And then Bret Michaels' wig has gone out on Tokyo Blade, and Head Nut has already got the soundtrack to The Return. That's a good one. Let's see. So, recapping this crate here, we've got Air Moon Safari. That is $29.99. And then we've got Aphex Twin Window Liquor, $29.99. Everything is trying to fall over. Get this fixed real quick. Okay, and then we've got the Blue Velvet soundtrack for $29.99. Victor Guerra is got Tokyo Blade at 27. So that's our new high bid, 27 with Victor Guerra. We've got Rina Sawayama. This is the Rina EP for $29.99. Okay, Head Nut is Charlie Marks. I will try to remember that. Thank you, Charlie. And then we've got Boards of Canada. Music Has the Right to Children, $39.99. 2 copies of that. Then we've got brand new Deja Entendu for $36.99. Julie Cruz, Floating Into the Night for $38.99. And Crystal Castle, self-titled, $39.99. Glass Animals, Zaba for $39.99. Got a new high bid on Tokyo Blade. Christian Driscoll has got it for $33. And then we've got Carly Rae Jepsen, Emotion for $33.99. Yes, Larry, tonight is Metal Night. We are doing our metal auctions all night. That does not, however, mean that everything in the crates or display is metal, though. And we've got another Rina Sawayama here. We've got Sawayama, her first album, for $29.99. And then I've got another copy of that Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me soundtrack. And then Taylor Swift, 1989, $29.99 on that one. And then last in this crate we had the soundtrack of Twin Peaks The Return for $39.99 on picture disc. So y'all just let me know if you need anything from that crate. And let's see, Christian Driscoll has got the Tokyo Blade at $33. He's had that as the high bid for a little bit, so we're going to move that to a final call. Danny, the crate of new vinyl that I showed before this is apparently all of the metal that Chad allegedly ordered for me to show tonight. Hopefully I can find some in crates that Chad's maybe shown before, but not too much in the way of new vinyl that's metal, sadly. Victor Guerra has gone out on Tokyo Blade, and now Mike Strauss has got the high bid on Tokyo Blade at $35. Chad did not draw me any stickers. He didn't give me anything to hand out, so. I'm gonna get this one moved out of the way, and let's see, maybe I'll show some records that John has marked for today, but before I do that, I'm going to mute my mic and drink some water, because I realized I've been talking for like an hour and I'm dehydrated. Alrighty, I am back with some records that John marked today. Mitch T, yeah, I drink water. I have tried the blue juice before, and I figured out that it's like one of the sweetest things in the entire world. So I don't typically get blue juice. And then let's see, Tokyo Blade's new high bid is at $39 with Christian Driscoll. And Stacy, yes, the Kiss Lights came in today, but since Chad isn't here, I don't really have access to like his full list of the pre-orders with like everybody across all the platforms. So we're gonna let Chad do the Kiss Lights tomorrow night, but I figured I'd plug it in and because it looks cool. Alrighty, so first off in this crate that John has marked for us today, we've got Stephen Stills. Stephen Stills, VG Plus, $14.99, self-titled album there. Then next up we've got Carlos Santana and Maha Vishnu John McLaughlin, Love, Devotion, and Surrender, a quadraphonic copy that is in VG condition for $12.99. And then we've got For You From Us, The Astronauts. The Astronauts is $9.99 in VG condition. Jeff Brindley, I will try to locate those Metal Blade comps. We gotta get this Tokyo Blade sold, and I have moved it to a final call, and I have not seen any more bids, so we are gonna sell Tokyo Blade to Christian Driscoll for $39. That is sold to Christian Driscoll. Thank you, Christian. Okay, and then let's see, Jim Siddall claim Santana. So that is sold to Jim Siddall for $12.99. Thank you, Jim. And we've got William Drugovich on the Astronauts. William Drugovich sold $9.99 on the astronauts. And let me see if I can find those Metal Blade comps. I actually did not get the auctions ready today. Paul got them ready, so I don't even really know what's over here. But if y'all put some requests in the chat, I will try to get to them. Okay. Let's see, I have found the Best of Metal Blade Volume 2. This is the Best of Metal Blade Volume 2. It's a 1987 USOG up for a $35 start. $35 start. Hello, Kevin. Thank you for joining us this evening. We are in the middle of going through some new records John priced today. Oh, and I'm, knocking into the camera. I accidentally punched it somehow. Next off, we've got Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3. That is $9.99 in VG plus condition. See, we've already got some bidding activity on Metal Blade. So Brad Waits opened it up at $35, and Jeff Brindley currently has the high bid at $50. Is that next bid? And then next we've got Tumbleweed Connection by Elton John. Tumbleweed Connection is $14.99 in VG condition. And then Humble Pie Eat It. Humble Pie Eat It is $19.99 in VG plus condition. Yes, Larry Duncan, if you were trying to bid on Metal Blade, we do need a numerical value since it is up for auction. Then next we've got Van Morrison St. Dominic's Preview. Van Morrison is $14.99 in VG condition. And then we've got Genesis Live. Genesis Live is $9.99 in VG condition. And let's see, Ken Crooker has bid $55 on the Metal Blade comp. That's our new high bid. Brad Waits has gone out on the Metal Blade compilation, and Craig Sweden has given us the track list. Thank you, Craig. Next up in this crate, we've got Deep Purple Made in Europe. Deep Purple is $12.99 in VG condition. Let me make sure I haven't missed any claims. I don't believe so. Nope. And next, we've got The Stone Ponies Evergreen Volume 2. That's Linda Ronstadt there. VG Plus condition for $24.99. We've got a new bid on Metal Blade that's now sitting at $60 with Jeff Brindley. And next we've got, I always look at this and think it's that Pavement album, but it's not. This is Ambergris. Ambergris is VG and $9.99. And we've got Earth, Wind, and Fire, Last Days in Time. I feel like I don't see that one very often. Next we've got, next we've got, I should tell you the price. This one is $9.99 in VG plus condition on that Earth, Wind, and Fire there. We've got Boston. Boston is $24.99 in VG plus condition, and this one's Don't Look Back. Michael McDade, Deep Purple is $12.99. $12.99 on that Deep Purple there. Kevin, these are the check condition ones, and I think, I can't remember, I don't believe Chad typically does offers on the check condition ones. We'll just keep them sticker price for now, just to be sure. Okay, and let's see, now we've got some more bids on the Metal Blade compilation. Ken Crooker has bid $65, so that's our current high bid. I do see where Danny Thomason bid $62, but that was literally like 0.1 second after Ken Crooker had bid $65. And then Michael McDade is sold on Deep Purple. So that is sold to Michael McDade for $12.99. And then Brad Waits would like Boston. So this is sold to Brad Waits for $24.99. And now Jeff Brindley has got the high bid on Metal Blade for $70. Okay, next off in this crate, we've got The Band. The Band is $14.99 in VG condition, and this one is just self-titled. And we've got The Family That Plays Together by Spirit. That is $9.99 in VG condition. And then we've got Rainbow, Difficult to Cure. That could almost be an auction. Instead, Rainbow is VG plus condition for $19.99. And then next we've got Van Morrison, TB Sheets. Interesting, I don't think I've seen this one. That's in VG condition for $24.99. Okay, and then we've got Sean Miller on The Band. So that is sold to Sean Miller for $14.99. Thank you, Sean. And then, let's see. Next off in this crate, we've got Cold Blood Thriller, or maybe Thriller Cold Blood. Not really sure which is the band and which is the artist, but it's $14.99 in VG plus condition. And next we've got Super Bow by Vassar Clements. That is $14.99 in VG plus condition. Super Bow. Then we've got Hank Williams Jr., The Pressure Is On. Hank Jr. is $22.99 in EX condition. And let's see. The Metal Blade comp still has got that high bid of $70. Haven't seen any bidding activity in a couple minutes, so we will move Metal Blade to a final call. And Robert Warner on Vassar Clements. That is sold to Robert Warner for $14.99. Thank you, Robert. And then Ken Crooker has gone out on Metal Blade. Thank you for letting me know, Ken. Next, we've got John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Mayall is $12.99 in VG condition. The Temptations' Greatest Hits. The Temptations' Greatest Hits is $14.99 in VG plus condition. We've got a new high bid on the Metal Blade comp. That is with Danny Thomason at $72. And then we've got Led Zeppelin 4, Untitled, Self-Titled, whatever you want to call it. This is the one with Stairway to Heaven. And it's $9.99 in VG condition. Then we've got The Very Best of Roy Orbison. Roy Orbison is going to be $9.99 in VG condition. Jane Newton, can you run Slayer next? I will look in my bin and see if I can find Slayer, and if so, I will attempt to run Slayer next. Now, our high bid on Metal Blade is at $75 with Jeff Brindley. And then Solarplex. Solarplex gets that Led Zeppelin for $10. Thank you, Solarplex. Sold to you. And next is Thank God It's Friday, the original motion picture soundtrack. It's $12.99 in VG condition. Danny Thomason has gone out on Metal Blade. I believe it was mostly between you and Jeff Brindley since Ken Crooker had gone out. Yeah, I believe everybody has gone out. So we are going to sell this Metal Blade comp to Jeff Brindley for $75. Thank you, Jeff. That is sold to you. Alright, I'm over here looking for our next auction. I know we've had some requests Let's see here. Here's a Slayer. Slayer, Hell Awaits. Slayer is a 1985 USOG. It has its original inner sleeve. Is in VG- condition, apparently. It's up for a $45 start. Check that disc out. Paul graded it a VG-. Yeah, it's definitely... It's seen better days, but it looks like it will play. Get that slid back in there. But Slayer, up for a $45 start, and it looks like we've already got some bids. Jeff Brindley, I will try to get the other Metal Blade comps up in the next hour as well. And then 850 Johnny, I will also try to get that Shot at the Devil up soon. Jim Cooper has opened Slayer at $46. So Slayer's got a bid for $46. Next in this John crate, we've got 2112 by Rush. That is $16.99 in VG condition. Then we've got Traffic. Traffic is self-titled, I believe, and it is $19.99 in VG plus condition. Everything started falling over as soon as I moved Traffic. Oh. Okay, so then we've got J Nutra on Rush. That is sold to J Nutra for $16.99. Thank you. Okay, and now Danny Thomason has got a bid on Slayer for $50. Paul Cruz Rush already sold, unfortunately. And now Slayer has a high bid of $80 with Victor Guerra. Victor Guerra's got that high bid at $80 on Slayer. Next we've got The Boggles, The Age of Plastic, the first video they ever played on MTV, $19.99, VG plus condition. Yes! This is the first Yes album. This one is gonna run you $16.99 in VG condition, and it's a 1975 Phillips press. Yes, I will try to get that Motley Crue up within the next hour if I can. Okay, Jim Cooper has gone out on Slayer. And Victor Guerra still has the high bid at $80. And also, Victor, to answer your question, the high bid, the Buggles costs $19.99 in VG plus condition. So if you want to claim that, just let me know. Next in this crate, we've got Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. This is cover variant A. This is the first sleeve. This is $16.99 in VG condition for In Through the Outdoor. Obviously missing its little cardboard jacket. And we've got McCoy Tyner live at Newport. McCoy Tyner is $14.99 in VG condition. All right, we are gonna move that Slayer to a final bid. Bland, since this is the first time we're showing these, I wasn't gonna do offers on them. Yes was $16.99 if you were interested, but we will have to keep it at sticker price for now. Next, we've got Mild David, 4 and More, recorded live in concert. That is $19.99 in VG plus condition on old Mild David there. And then we've got Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood. Grateful Dead is $29.99 in VG plus condition. Danny is out on Slayer. And then Michael Wilkerson, this one is Hell Awaits. It's an 85 USOG, and it's got the inner sleeve, but it's in VG minus condition. But those are the details in case you want to make any bids on Slayer. High bids at $80 right now. but it was at a final call, so we are going to sell it soon if it gets no more bids. You saw Grateful Dead. Next, we've got the Charlie Daniels Band, Travelin' Band. This one's $17.99 in VG Plus condition. And now Paul Catrick's got the high bid on Slayer at $85. Next, we've got Street Survivors. Of course, no flames on the cover on this one, the recalled. $14.99 in VG condition for Street Survivors. And then we've got Pat Travers Band, Crash and Burn. Pat Travers Band is $9.99 in VG condition. And then Best of Traffic. That is $14.99 in VG Plus condition for the Best of Traffic. Okay, we've got J Nutra sold on that Leonard Skinner. That is sold to J Nutra for $14.99. Thank you. Let's see, so this first crate where I've got CDs and other oddities in it is already full, so I'm going to move that into the operations room real quick. Alrighty, and then we will resume going through this crate, but I'll answer some questions first. Let's see. Stephen Lewis Jr., we have not auctioned any Megadeth yet. Victor has gone out on Slayer. So Paul Catrick still's got that high bid at $85. And then Jerry, we have already sold... Wait, actually, Jerry, did you want this Led Zeppelin? We sold the other Led Zeppelin that was in this crate. But we still got this one available if you would like in through the outdoor. That's a great idea, Jay Nutra. I know, I believe Craig Sweden is who always makes the wonderful suggestion to keep a running total so you're not surprised when invoices come. Okay, Pat Travers, we saw that. We saw the Best of Traffic. Now we've got Shades of Deep Purple. Shades of Deep Purple is $14.99 in VG condition. Let's see. 850 Johnny. This Led Zeppelin was the A cover variant. It's the A cover. Chuck Haley. The Charlie Daniels Band was $17.99 in VG Plus condition. And then David Saunders, the Slayer is Hell Awaits. Hell Awaits is a 1985 US OG, has its original inner sleeve, and it is in VG minus condition. And it has a high bid for $85 right now. Oh, and then 850 Johnny, the Led Zeppelin, we answered which cover it was. It was cover A, but it is $16.99 if you wanted to claim that. And then next off in this crate, we're so close to the end. Next in this crate, we've got Surfer Girl by the Beach Boys. Surfer Girl is $9.99 in VG Plus condition. And then Jerry is sold on this In Through the Outdoor. And I double checked. I know we had a couple questions on it, but Jerry was first to ask about the Led Zeppelin and first to claim. So that is sold to Jerry. Oh, yeah. I had stopped pulling them out of the sleeve because last time I did an auction, I pulled everything out of the sleeve and then it took me like 40 years to put everything back in there. So I just had not been doing that this time. But I think just taking the cover out, yeah, that'll reduce some glare there. Chuck, this is the first time I'm reading through this crate, so we're keeping it sticker price for now, but if Chad reads through it tomorrow, or maybe even if I go through it again later tonight, we could maybe do some offers on it. But for now, I've been keeping them sticker price. And then next off, we've got Piper, Can't Wait, and I believe Billy Squire was in this band. $12.99 in VG Plus condition. There's also like a little tiny upside down promo sticker in the bottom corner. And then last but certainly not least, a record we could have auctioned. Van Halen, Women and Children First. $19.99 in VG condition. David, I did not get these auctions ready tonight. Paul had actually gotten these ready before he went out of town on the buying trip. So I did not play test the record. I assumed that if he had play tested it and it caused playback issues, he would have left a note, but I'm not 100% sure. I would say that there's probably definitely, like, you know, some pops and cracks and such, but hopefully no skips. And let's see, we've had a few people try to claim Van Halen, but Matt Nichols was first. So Matt Nichols, you get this Van Halen for $19.99. That is sold to you. Thank you, Matt. And we will recap this crate in just a second. I'm gonna mute my mic real quick. I've got some correspondence to respond to. Okay, I am back. Had some messages to respond to, but I am back. Sig, Van Halen had sold already, but I can check and see if it had the poster, because it would be fun just to know. It does not have a poster, sadly. Let's see. Then David Saunders is going to wait for VG+. Okay, Brent would like to know the details of Yes again. Where were you? Yes. Okay, so we had Yes, their first album for $16.99 in VG condition, and it's a 1975 Phillips press. And then Deep Purple was $14.99 in VG condition for Shades of Deep Purple. And then, Nick, we have not sold any Scorpions auctions yet. Okay, we've had Slayer at a final call for like a while. So we're gonna sell Slayer to Paul Catrick for $85. That is sold to Paul Catrick. I apologize for making you wait on that one. And let's see, I believe had a couple requests come through. One of them was for this right here. Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love. Motley Crue Too Fast for Love is a 1982 US pressing. It's an Allied pressing. It's got the company inner sleeve and the lyric insert. It is in VG Plus condition, and it's up for a $30 start. $30 start on Motley Crue here. Pull it out of the sleeve so there's less of a glare. And let's see. I scrolled back so far. And Brent Ribley would like to buy the yes. So that is sold to Brent Ribley. Apologize, John Cassidy. Brent had asked about that one first, so he had first dibs. And Michael Wilkerson has opened Motley Crue at 30. Sweet, so we can recap this crate real quick. I'll just say title, price, and condition, and we'll go on from there. So let's see, we had Steven Stills, self-titled, $14.99, VG Plus condition. Now we've got Mike Allspaw in at 40 on Motley Crue. So Mike Allspaw has got the high bid on Motley Crue. Getting tongue twisted over here. Got Blood, Sweat, and Tears, number 3. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $9.99, VG Plus condition. Next we've got Tumbleweed Connection by Elton John, $14.99, VG. Humble Pie Eat It, $19.99, VG Plus condition. Van Morrison St. Dominic's Preview. This one is $14.99 in VG condition. I'm gonna mute my mic real quick. Alrighty, and then, okay, the high bid is still 40 on Motley Crue. Brent Ribley is correct. There are some classic records in this crate. I am surprised that very few of them have been claimed so far. Got Genesis Live. Genesis Live is $9.99 in VG condition. And it also appears to be a UK import. John did not note that, but it's got one of those wiggly old jackets. Now, Michael Wilkerson is at 41 on Motley Crue. Our new high bid is 41 on Motley Crue here. Stone Ponies, Evergreen Volume 2, $24.99 in VG Plus condition. Shakedown. Shakedown is sold on the Genesis for $9.99. That is sold to Shakedown. And then we've got Ambergris. This is $9.99 in VG condition. Earth, Wind, and Fire, Last Days in Time. That is $9.99 in VG Plus condition. The Family That Plays Together by Spirit. That one is $9.99 in VG condition. Rainbow Difficult to Cure. Rainbow Difficult to Cure is $19.99 in VG Plus condition. Got Richie Blackmore on that one. Seeing a couple different claims for Genesis, but that one had already sold to Shakedown. Now Mike Allspaw has got Motley Crue at 42. Thank you, Steve. Doing my best, hanging in there. Michael McCullen has claimed Rainbow. That is sold to Michael McCullen for $19.99. Thank you, Michael. Then next up we've got Van Morrison, TB Sheets. That is $24.99 in VG condition. Cold Blood Thriller. That is $14.99 in VG plus condition. Hank Williams Jr., The Pressure Is On. That one is $22.99 in EX condition. Now it's destroyed because I dropped it. No, it's completely fine. It's still EX. Next we've got John Mayall, The Turning Point. John Mayall is $12.99 in VG condition. Michael Wilkerson has gone out on Motley Crue, and since that was basically just between you and Mike Allspaw, oh, actually now Brad Waits is in at 45. So Brad Waits has got that high bid on Motley Crue. And next we've got The Temptations' Greatest Hits. Temptations' Greatest Hits is $14.99 in VG plus condition. Let's see, we've got James Bullock, Details on Motley Crue. Motley Crue here is the 1982 US Allied pressing, has the company inner sleeve and the lyric insert, and it's in VG plus condition. Let's see, we've got a couple more questions and claims. So we've got Charlie Marks on Cold Blood and Rooster album. So Cold Blood and Rooster album. So that one is $9.99 and that one is $14.99. Both of these are sold to Charlie Marks, Headnut65 on Twitch. And then Brent, Charlie Marks had claimed Cold Blood already. And then Donna, let me find that Earth, Wind, and Fire. I think I went past it. Okay, Earth, Wind, and Fire was in VG plus condition for $10. And we've been keeping the sticker price. And Motley Crue's current bid is at $45. David Saunders. Keep recapping this crate here. Next we had The Very Best of Roy Orbison. Roy Orbison was $9.99 in VG condition. And David Saunders has got Motley Crue at $50. $50 is now the high bid on Motley Crue. And Donna is sold on that Earth, Wind, and Fire. This is sold to Donna Turner. Thank you, Donna. And Brad Waits has gone out on Motley Crue. So I believe our bidding is mostly between Mike Allspaw and David Saunders. Move that to a final call. Okay, Mike Allspaw is out. So, David Saunders, you get Motley Crue for $50. That is sold to you. I am so sorry, James Bullock. I just said sold as you commented that. So I'm gonna have to keep it sold. But Simon, we have not done any Iron Maiden boots yet. Okay, let's see. We're gonna do something crazy. I'm going to try to do 2 auctions at the same time. Because I realized I am going to be here until like 6 a.m. if I don't, if I don't get to stepping. So we will do 2 different auctions, and they don't have the same initials, so hopefully that won't get me tripped up or anything. So our first one is going to be another Metal Blade compilation. This one is Volume 3. This is Volume 3. It is a 1988 Canadian OG, still sealed, a very small saw cut, and it's up for a $45 start. $45 start on Metal Blade. And then we've got the first Black Sabbath album. This is a 1976 Dutch pressing. It's an EX Plus condition with a tiny bit of cover damage, and that's up for a $25 start. I'm actually move our lovely stack of Taylor CDs and get Black Sabbath next to Ozzy there. Tim Rory, that is a good idea. Once I get all these Taylor Swift CDs out of my hands, I will do that, actually. I'll start a timer on my phone, and we can do it that way, because that will help me remember, like, oh, this has been up for 12 years, or whatever, you know? Okay, so, immediately overwhelmed by having 2 auctions up at once. Okay, hold on. So Metal Blade opened at 50 with Jeff Brindley, then got a bid for 60 with Ken Crooker, and now Jeff Brindley has it for 75. So the high bid on Metal Blade is 75. Remembered I need to take these out of their sleeves. This one will still have a glare because it's sealed, but maybe slightly less of a glare. Oh no! Kiss light down! And then Black Sabbath was a $25 start. And Black Sabbath opened at 25 with Jim Cooper. And then David Pitts bid 30 on Black Sabbath. And Jeff Brindley has bid 85 on Metal Blade, and Ken Crooker has bid 90 on Metal Blade. And I never set a timer, but we're going to do it now. So our 5-minute timer starts now. I'll keep it over here. Jeff Brindley is at 100 on the Metal Blade, and Jim Cooper is at 31 on Black Sabbath. Ken Crooker is at 110 on Metal Blade. Okay, and I don't believe I missed any claims in the middle of that, but if you wanted something out of this crate and I missed it, let me know. Now the Metal Blade comp has a high bid of 125, and Black Sabbath has a high bid of 35. Metal Blade's got a high bid of 135. And Jim Cooper has gone out on Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath is still got a $35 high bid. And now that it's been more than 2 seconds of the... Oh, okay. Metal Blade is now at 150 as the high bid over with Jeff Brindley. And now Ken Crooker has bid 160 on Metal Blade. And then just as a reminder, Black Sabbath has got a $35 high bid right now. We will continue recapping this crate. We have the original motion picture soundtrack of Thank God It's Friday. Looks like there's quite a bit of disco and R&B on this soundtrack. It's $12.99 in VG condition. Traffic, self-titled. Traffic is $19.99 in VG Plus condition. And The Buggles, The Age of Plastic. This is the one that's got Video Killed the Radio Star. $19.99 in VG Plus condition. We got some more bids on our Metal Blade compilation. Jeff Brindley had it at 165, and then Ken Crooker had it at 175. And now Jeff Brindley's got the high bid at 200, and now Ken Crooker has bid 210. And Susie Breedlove on comp. Susie, was that a claim? And now Jeff Brindley's got a high bid at 215 on Metal Blade. It is a little bit before our 5-minute timer, but the bidding activity has basically ceased on Black Sabbath. So we are going to move Black Sabbath to a final call. And then next in this crate we had McCoy Tyner live at Newport. McCoy Tyner is $14.99 in VG condition. James Young would like The Buggles. That is sold to you, James Young. It's sold for $19.99. Thank you. Oh, okay, and then Susie Breedlove is claiming this. Thank God it's Friday. And that one was $12.99, sold to Susie Breedlove. Thank you, Susie. Our Metal Blade compilation had much bidding activity. Went from $2.15 to $2.20 to $2.25 to $2.30 to $2.50, and then Ken Crooker went out. And since it was just between you and Jeff, I believe we can move this to a final call. Black Sabbath's already been at a final call. So, Black Sabbath, we are going to sell to David Pitts. David Pitts gets Black Sabbath for $35. It is sold to you. Thank you, David. David Pitts on Black Sabbath. And then, yeah, we are going to go ahead and sell Jeff Brindley this Metal Blade compilation. And that is sold to Jeff Brindley for $250. Thank you very much, Jeff. And now, we will try to find some more auctions. Wow, we got that like with 6 seconds to spare on my 5-minute timer. Let's see, I saw a request for Slayer. Alright, y'all, I am trying to find some auctions for us that don't all start with the same letter. So, let's see. Now, we've got Slayer South of Heaven. Slayer South of Heaven, you can probably see there, gold stamp promo. This is a 1988 US specialty pressing, the OG. Got the original inner sleeve. There are, letters here that I do not know what they mean. It says GSP. I've never seen that used. Don't really know what Paul means by that, but it's in VG plus condition. Here's the original inner sleeve. I'm going to slide that back in there gently. Oh, gold stamp promo. Gold stamp promo is definitely what that stands for. Yeah. But yes, Slayer South of Heaven is up for a $75 start. Yeah, Bob Riger, I knocked it over and then forgot to set it back up again. There we go. That's better. And then our next auction that we are gonna put up is Motorhead. This is it is called Bare Breast Boogie 85. It is an unofficial, of course. It is on black and green vinyl. There's a poster with it. Both discs are in VG plus condition. Live at First Avenue in Minneapolis, Minnesota, 11/12/85, up for a $30 start. And Paul showed me the back cover of this. I cannot show you the back cover of this. You just have to purchase this if you want to see what's going on back there. Alrighty, so Slayer South of Heaven has already had a few bids. David Saunders opened it at 75, then Danny bid 100, and then Paul Catrick bid 105 on Slayer. So our high bid on Slayer is 105 with Paul Catrick, and then Ken Crooker opened Motorhead at 30, and that's currently our high bid. Get that auction timer going. Finish recapping this crate here. We had that Traffic self-titled. I know y'all saw that. No, we recapped that. Mild David, 4 and More, recorded live in concert. That one's $19.99 in VG plus condition. Got a few new bids on Motorhead. Nick Bargeron had bid 35, Danny Thomason bid 40, and then Ken Crooker bid 50. So our new high bid on Motorhead is 50 with Ken Crooker. And now Chad Sauls has got Slayer at 120. So our new high bid is 120 on Slayer. Next up, we've got Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood. Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood is $29.99 VG plus. And we've got the Charlie Daniels Band, Travelin' Band. He's $17.99 VG plus. Pat Travers Band, Crash and Burn. This one's $9.99. Bob Riger is trying to get me to show the back cover. I know that Chad does show that Pantera every night, but, you know, it's a little different. We've got some more bids on Motorhead. Motorhead was at 42 with Michael McDade. Then Danny Thomason bid 52. Ken Crooker bid 55. So the new high bid on Motorhead is 55 with Ken Crooker. And then Chad Sauls has got Slayer at 150. There was some more bidding activity in between there. Motorhead details. Motorhead is an unofficial on black and green vinyl. There's a poster with it. Both discs are in VG plus condition. This was recorded live at First Avenue in Minneapolis, Minnesota in November 12th, 1985. And the high bid on that Motorhead is currently $60. And then Scott Fellows, the Kiss lights are $59.99. They are not technically for sale yet. Chad's gonna sell them tomorrow, but they came in today, so I just wanted to show off the Kiss lights. Hiram, am I going to be directly Venmo'd $100 if I show the back cover? Let's see, Motorhead. The high bid on Motorhead right now is 65 with Michael McDade. And then Wolverine, are you Jason Boxhall? I feel like that sounds right, but I also don't want to be wrong. Bob, if you send me that in a message or send Colecco a message with that, we can check on that for you. It's just a little difficult to check while live. Okay, we've got Wolverine has Motorhead at 70 as the high bid. And then next here we've got Best of Traffic. Best of Traffic was $14.99 in VG plus. Okay, yes, Wolverine is Jason Boxhall. Wonderful. And let's see, we've got Robert Warner is out on Motorhead. Thank you for letting me know. Danny Thomason has also bid 70, but Jason Boxhall bid 70 first, so that is still the high bid with Jason. Nick Bargeron is out on Motorhead. And are we done on Slayer? I think the last bid I saw was with Paul Catrick at 155 on Slayer. Okay, and now Victor Guerra has bid 75 on Motorhead. So that is now our high bid on Motorhead. And just to let you guys know, we have 19 seconds before my timer goes off and I call these sold to the high bidder. Okay, so Slayer is at 160 with Chad Sauls. Motorhead is, the high bid's still 75 with Victor Guerra on Motorhead. Larry Ed was telling me earlier, oh, here's the timer. Our auctions are up. Larry, Ed and I were talking, we believe that The kiss signs should be on this invoice. Also, right as the timer went off, 2 more bids came in, but I feel like we'll do the ones that came in at like the exact time that the timer went off. So right here we've got the 2109. I don't even know if y'all can see that. This just looks like fingerprints. That looks terrible. I'm sorry. But Jason Boxhall bid 80 on Motorhead at the last second, and Paul Catrick bid 165 on Slayer at the last second. So we are going to call these our high bids. And so Jason Boxhall gets this Motorhead for 80. Thank you, Jason. Oh, actually, I can show you the back. Paul covered it up. I was like, why can't I slide this in here? Because there are 47 post-it notes on the cover. Yeah, Nick, I believe we will do that. If the auction is still hot after 5 minutes, we'll just keep going on them. But for some of the stuff we were doing earlier, it would be like 10 minutes would go by and there would be no bid, and then I'd forget about it. So we will keep Slayer going. So the highest bid on Slayer that I see on my feed right now, technically, Chad Saul's bid 180, and then he outbid himself, so we're gonna say that the high bid is 180, since he outbid himself. But yeah, if we, I will get another auction going. We'll set the timer again, just to, you know, still keep an awareness of the time. But let's see. Now the high bid is at 190 with Victor Guerra on Slayer. Man, the next auction that I wanted to put up also starts with an S, so I will have to hold off on that for now. But I do know we have one last Metal Blade compilation. So, I don't know, y'all may or may not want that. The Best of Metal Blade, Volume 1, where it all began. The 1986 retail OG has the merch form. Both discs are at least EX, according to Paul, and it is a $55 start. $55 start. Hiram, Chad did bid 200, but I saw 0 bids in between his last bid and the 200, so I think he outbid himself, so we called it the bid that he had before that. But okay, and then now we have Chad at 200 for real, where he didn't outbid himself. And then Jim Cooper has opened Metal Blade at 55, Jeff Brindley in at 60 on Metal Blade, and now Slayer is at 210. Oh, yeah. I will try to keep it over here, but also, I mean, this is my personal cell phone, so like I get messages on it, and I don't really necessarily want my personal messages on the feed. So yep, Slayer was high bid 210, Metal Blade high bid is still sitting at 60 with Jeff Brindley. And then Chad Sauls has got Slayer for 220. And then Metal Blade is 79 for the high bid. Shades of Deep Purple, $14.99 in VG condition. Surfer Girl by the Beach Boys, that is $9.99 in VG condition. And then our very last record in this John crate was Piper, Can't Wait. for $12.99 in VG Plus condition. Right, so we've got some new bidding activity. Slayer is now at $225 with Victor Guerra, and the Metal Blade compilation is at $80 with Jeff Brindley. I don't even know how Chad decides where to put stuff after he's shown it. Be right back. I'm gonna find another crate to show. I think we just showed some John vinyl. We'll show some more new vinyl. Move these over here. Right. Got another crate of some new vinyl coming up. And let me get caught up. Okay, so it looks like while I was swapping the crates out, we had a claim on that Beach Boys record from Chuck Haley. So this Beach Boys is sold to Chuck Haley for $9.99. Thank you, Chuck. And then Slayer has had a couple bids. Chad Saul's bid $230, and then Victor Guerra bid $235, and Chad Saul's went out on Slayer. So we are gonna move Slayer to a final call. And then our Metal Blade compilation, the high bid is still $80 with Jeff Brindley. Alrighty, so this next crate I'm about to show is some new vinyl that I ordered. I ordered it specifically whenever I found out that I was going to be hosting. So first in this crate we've got, you're never gonna guess, it's Taylor Swift! It's the Tortured Poets department. This is the indie exclusive on Parchment Beige vinyl. It is $59.99. This one is the standard track list, but it does have the bonus track, The Bolter. So yes, it is $59.99 on Taylor. And then next, I had ordered these like before Halloween, and then they didn't show up until this week. But we've got the Bride of Chucky soundtrack. It is the motion picture score by Graham Revell. So, you know, like Living Dead Girl by Rob Zombie is not on here, but the score music is on here. And it is on Lightning Strike Split with Splatter Cloudy Orange Vinyl 2LP. And as y'all can probably hear, my timer is going off, and that means that we are officially selling the Slayer for $235 to Victor Guerra. This is sold to Victor Guerra. Thank you, Victor. That is sold to you for $235. And our Metal Blade compilation here is sold to Jeff Brindley for $80. Sold to Jeff Brindley. Thank you, Jeff. I believe you even mentioned that this was the last one you needed for your collection. So congratulations on that. And now let's get up some more auctions. Next we've got Scorpions. I believe someone had asked about Scorpions. This one is Lonesome Crow. Lonesome Crow is a 1982 UK reissue on clear vinyl, up for a $35 start. $35 start on Scorpions. And someone had asked about the Iron Maidens. So we will try these Iron Maidens out. This is Iron Maiden Days of Thunder, Moscow 2013. This is part 1 and 2 together, both volumes. This is an unofficial. Both discs are EX or better. And it was recorded live at SK Olympijski in Moscow on July 18th, 2013. And this is up for a $55 start. $55 start on these Iron Maiden unofficials here. Alright, let's see. It looks like we had a claim on Bride of Chucky from Michael Rudolph. Thank you, Michael. That is sold to you. Alrighty, and then our auctions. So Scorpions opened at 35 with Steve MC 2112. A-Rod bid 40 on Scorpions. Then Steve MC bid 45 on Scorpions. And James Bullock has bid 50 on Scorpions. And then our Iron Maiden auction opened with Danny Thomason at 75. And he has got the high bid there. Danny Thomason, the Chucky soundtrack was $44.99. And then Joe Delgado, the Kiss Lights are $59.99. They're not technically for sale tonight, but they will be tomorrow night. And now A-Rod has bid 60 on Scorpions. Oh wait, actually, Nick Bargeron has the high bid on Scorpions at 65. 65 is our high bid on Scorpions. And then Steve MC has gone out on Scorpions. And it looks like our only bid on Iron Maiden is still... Oh, actually, now 007 Platinum has bid 80 on Iron Maiden. And A-Rod is at 70 on Scorpions. Right, next off in this crate of new vinyl that I had ordered for tonight, we've got Tate McRae, So Close to What? That is $34.99. Got 2 copies of Tate McRae there. And then we've got Sky Ferreira. This is Nighttime, My Time, $38.99. Got to hold it down a little bit to censor the cover there. It's the original full cover. This has been out of print for like over a decade. I've wanted this album for so long, and now it's here. It's on vinyl again. And let's see. Iron Maiden has had a couple new bids. Simon P. Louse bid 77, then Danny bid 90, but 007 Platinum now has the high bid on Iron Maiden at 100. And then I'm trying to see, Scorpions high bid, I believe, is at 75. Scorpions high bid is at 75 with Nick Bargeron. Aaron is out on Scorpions. Everyone's freaking out because there were boobs. Next we've got MGMT, Time to Pretend. This one's on banana yellow vinyl for $36.99. And now Danny's got Iron Maiden at 105. And we're gonna move Scorpions to a final call. I forgot to do the timer this time, but you know. And then James Bullock has Scorpions at 80. Charlie Marks, which one did you want to claim? Oh, the Sky Ferreira one. Okay. And then Michael Rudolph claimed a Sky Ferreira. So this is sold to Michael Rudolph for $38.99. And then Charlie Marks, yeah, if you will just say either claim or pass to let me know if you were trying to get this Sky Ferreira one. Yeah, no, Chad did not draw me any stickers, so, you know, don't know why he expects me to draw him stickers when he can't even draw me stickers. Next, we've got Fleet Foxes. Fleet Foxes is just a self-titled album, but it's very solid, $29.99. Let's see, so Scorpions still has that high bid at 80. And now Iron Maiden has a high bid of 110 with David Saunders. And then next we've got the Neon Genesis Evangelion soundtrack, pressed on smoky blue vinyl for $44.99. And then we've got King Tough. King Tough is $24.99. This one is also, oh no, it's not. This is Black Moonspell. It's not self-titled, but it's a really solid garage album. And let's see, Michael Rudolph sold on Neon Genesis Evangelion. Thank you, Michael. That is sold to you for $44.99. Alrighty, so Iron Maiden's high bid is it was at 112 with Danny. And now David Saunders has got Iron Maiden at 120. Scorpions has a high bid of 81. And then next in this crate, Salty King Tough, we've got the Vaccines. This is what did you expect from the Vaccines? It's in a really cool, like, die cut jacket. It's supposed to be on white vinyl. This is the 10-year anniversary of this album, which means I've been trying to find this album on vinyl for 10 years and didn't think to order it until, like, this week. But this is a fantastic album. Highly recommend the Vaccines. And then next we've got Mezzanine by Massive Attack, $44.99. Some nice trip hop for you there. That's $44.99. And then next we've got Cooler Than Jesus, My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult. I know y'all were into the Thrill Kill Cult stuff last time, so I figured I'd try a couple more titles. Steve Riley, this one should have Com Susser Todd. How does it not? How does it not have that? That's ridiculous. Yeah, it looks like, man, it's so hard to see the track listing, but I do not see that track anywhere on here. Like, it's got Asuka Strikes, but no Com Susser Todd. That's crazy. Alright, 007 Platinum's got Iron Maiden at 125. Charlie Marks would like to claim a copy of Cooler Than Jesus. That is sold to Charlie Marks. Oh, Danny, the high bid on Iron Maiden right now is 125. And then, Shannon, if you can either message the CollectCo page or my Facebook page, we can try to look for that one for you. I know there's a couple in that are, like, in stock with our distributor. Ready? I don't think I've missed any claims or anything. We are all caught up on our auctions. Iron Maiden's at 125. Scorpions is at 81. It's been at 81 for a few minutes. Iron Maiden's also been at a high bid for a few minutes, so final call on these if you want to get a bid in. 81 high bid on Scorpions, and 125 is the high bid on Iron Maiden. We'll keep going through this crate for now, but yeah, we had another copy of that Cooler Than Jesus. Then this is Death Grips, Year of the Snitch. That is $33.99. Yes, Hendry is right. The theme song for the TV show House is on this album. Danny, I will double check in the auction bin, but there should theoretically only be one set of this picture disc. It is possible that Paul may have sent Chad the same picture twice. I know I have done that before, and then everyone's like, oh, there's like 2 copies of that, and I'm like, no, I just made a mistake. So I see a different Iron Maiden thing over here, but it's the Final Frontier. It does not appear to be the same as that Moscow set. Okay, we have not had any more bids since I moved these to a final call. We are going to sell Scorpions, and Scorpions is going to sell to Nick Bargeron for $81. Sold to Nick Bargeron. Thank you, Nick. Get this back in its sleeve for you. And then Iron Maiden has not had any more bids. Oh, yes, it has. Danny is now bid 127 on that Iron Maiden. Donna, I will look out for that message once I am done with the sale and check on all those for you. Pam, I have not shown any of the Riot Girl stuff that I ordered yet. Gregory, the Dio auctions. Let me see. We have Dio Intermission, Dio the Last in Line, and that is all the Dio apparently. So Intermission and the Last in Line. Okay, 007 Platinum is at 130 on Iron Maiden. Simon P. Louse wanted to see the covers. Here are the 2 covers for the 2 different parts of the Iron Maiden bootleg that you get when you bid on this set. Just had them stacked on top of each other to conserve space. Iron Maiden was at 135 with Danny, and now it's at 150 with 007 Platinum. Get us another auction going. Do this Motley Crue. Shout at the Devil. Motley Crue Shout at the Devil is a US club reissue, has its original inner sleeve. Paul does not know the year because no one knows the year. It's not listed on Discogs. It's on the second label, that Electro label there, and there is apparently some spotting on the front cover. And yeah, I see what he's talking about. There's some weird little dots there. But Motley Crue is going up for a $25 start. And now Danny Thomason has gone out on Iron Maiden. I believe 007 Platinum was our only other bidder there. So I'm gonna move that to a final call. And then Gregory, once we sell these Iron Maidens, I will try to put up Dio Intermission. And then we had a couple last titles in this crate. We've got George Clanton, 100% Electronica for $29.99. George Clanton, 100% Electronica. And then very last in this crate, we've got Lemonade by Beyonce on Lemonade Yellow Vinyl for $38.99. Recap that crate in a second. So we are going to go ahead and sell Iron Maiden to 007 Platinum for $150. Thank you very much, 007 Platinum. I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next auction. Our next auction is Dio Intermission. Dio is a 1986 USOG specialty pressing. Paul says it's a top copy. It's up for a $35 start. And I am going to run to the restroom real quick. So I will be back in just 1 second. Leave my mic here so you'll know when I get back. I'm back. I'm sure I missed absolutely nothing. All right, let's see. So we had introduced Motley Crue and Dio before I stepped away. Motley Crue 25, 30, 31, 33. Hello. Okay, so I believe, double checking, but I believe Motley Crue has a high bid of 33 with Scott Van Sickle. And if you bid more than that, please comment it again so that I can see. Dio had many bids, so I will read just the last few bids so we can get caught up. Danzig had bid 50 on Dio, David Saunders bid 65 on Dio, and Michael McDade had bid 70 on Dio, which is our high bid right now. High bid is 70 on Dio. Hello, Kelly from Hawaii. That's cool. Wish I was in Hawaii and not doing this. Just kidding. Motley Crue is a US club reissue, has the original inner sleeve. The year of the reissue is unknown. Here's that inner sleeve. It's on the second label, and there was a little bit of spotting on that front cover. Danzig is out on Dio. Gregory Roberts is at 75 on Dio. And just as a reminder, the high bid on that Motley Crue was 33. Hello, Joshua! Alright, so I'm going to recap this crate of some new vinyl that I had ordered for tonight. And now Motley Crue has got a high bid of 35 with David Saunders. So first in this crate we had The Tortured Poets Department by Taylor Swift for $59.99. Claymore, the Ozzy Funko is $29.99, and he's really cool. He's like flocked, so he's like fuzzy. Gregory, yes, the Dio is in shrink. I realized I forgot to take him out of that sleeve there, but he is in shrink with hype. Scott Van Sickle is at 37 on Motley Crue. Alrighty, and then next off in this crate we had the Bride of Chucky original motion picture score, Graham Revell. I would show metal CDs if I knew where any were. Then next we had Tate McRae, So Close to What? That one is $34.99. This one's been out of stock for quite a while, so we got that in now. Tate McRae. And now Nick Bergeron's got Motley Crue at 38. The high bid on Dio is 75. With Gregory. And nobody has bid on Dio since Gregory bid 75. Several people have gone out. So we're going to move that to a final call. Motley Crue is at 40 with David Saunders. Jay Beach, the Chucky soundtrack was $44.99. $44.99. Just let me know if you would like to pass or claim. Scott Van Sickle, I see that you bid 40 on Motley Crue. David Saunders had already bid 40, so just to let you know, you would need to bid more than 40. Then we also had another copy of Sky Ferreira, Nighttime, My Time, $38.99. It's on a really cool, like, iridescent green marble vinyl. Okay, Scott Van Sickle is in at 43 on Motley Crue. Hessian Session, this is the Bride of Chucky original motion picture score. So it's it's like the instrumental music from the movie, but it's still really good. And it's also supposed to be on Lightning Strike split with Splatter Cloudy Orange vinyl, and it's a 2 LP set. Let's see, so Robert Wlodarczyk would like to know the genre on Sky Ferreira. She is definitely like an indie pop artist. I'm trying to think of better descriptors beyond that, because it's like, oh, you can describe anything as indie pop, but She was really big kind of like in 2013, 2014-ish. Like, I know that album came out roughly 10 years ago. And then Natasha Pickett would like to claim Sky Ferreira if Robert Wlodarczyk passes. Okay, let Natasha have it. Okay, this is sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you, Natasha. Okay, we had moved Dio to a final call and nobody else bid. So this is sold to Gregory Roberts for $75. Let me make sure. Yeah, $75 to Gregory Roberts. Thank you, Gregory. That is sold to you. Paul Weber, these Kiss lights are lights that Chad has been working with a local person to make cool lights of different bands. We've had like a Black Sabbath one. This Kiss one's the second one that we've done. But they are $59.99, and we are going to be officially selling them tomorrow. And Tecker Time, the Kiss sign is $59.99, and Chad is going to be selling them tomorrow night. We got in a shipment today, but I wasn't sure if it was the full shipment or, you know, how to access the whole list of who all got them. So we're saving those for Chad, but I just figured we'd show off how cool it looks. Next off in this crate, we've got MGMT Time to Pretend on yellow vinyl for $36.99. Jeanette, we are sold out of Sky Ferreira, but we can start a waiting list if you still would like a copy. And let's see, we got Kelly Wlodarczyk sold on this MGMT. Thank you, Kelly. Patrick, hopefully we will be able to order these for quite a while. I still don't even know the whole, like, deal that Chad has going on with them, but I feel like we should be able to get them for a while. Okay, no waiting list on the Sky Ferreira. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see. We only have one auction up, so let's get Just Say Ozzy. Just Say Ozzy is a 1990 US OG. Paul says it's a top copy. You know how much we love the words top copy around here. Still got the shrink and the hype there. And it is $45 start. Mark, I completely saw that and then didn't acknowledge it. Claymore is sold on the Ozzy Funko. This is sold to Claymore for $29.99. I am so sorry it took me a second to acknowledge that, but that is sold to you, Clay. Alrighty, Wesley Stover has opened Ozzy at 50. And now Michael Stanley is, I think that's Michael Stanley, but XJM Stanley 72 is at 55 on Ozzy. And I believe Motley Crue has not seen any bids since that $43 placed by Scott Van Sickle. So Motley Crue is going to be a final call. Okay, Wesley Stover now has the high bid on Ozzy at 58. Ozzy at 58. We got the Ozzy Funko handled. And now the Ozzy record is at 65 with XJM Stanley. Yeah, Chad would say that. He would say, yeah, just go ahead and bid 100 on Ozzy already. You know it's gonna get there. Next, we've got Fleet Foxes self-titled. That's $29.99. Also, there's a little sticker that says it includes the Sun Giant EP, so I guess it's an LP and an EP. Then we've got one last copy of the Neon Genesis Evangelion soundtrack on smoky blue vinyl for $44.99. I think we still have one more Bark at the Moon Funko Pop, but I don't know of any other Ozzy Funkos other than that one. Okay, no one else has bid on this Motley Crue. We are selling Motley Crue. And Motley Crue is sold for $43 to Scott Van Sickle. Thank you very much, Scott. That is sold. Oh no, I took out too much stuff on this one. Motley Crue is attempting to fight me, but we got it in there. Okay. Okay. Ozzy's high bid right now is at 70 with Tony Riddle, and then Natasha Pickett claimed a Fleet Foxes. So this is sold to Natasha Pickett for $29.99. Thank you, Natasha. And then James Young wanted to know if Mykonos is on this one. It is laid out in a very strange way. I'm not seeing Mykonos on this one. White Winter Hymnals on this one. Yeah, I do not believe that Mykonos is on that Fleet Foxes, sadly. Hiram, I do need to finish that one. I just need more time in my life to be able to work on stickers. We've had a few people go out on Ozzy, but we still have the high bid at 70 with Tony Riddle. We're gonna move Ozzy to a final call, and we are going to put up how about some Metallica? Metallica, Master of Puppets. Paul! Master of Puppets is a 1986 US specialty OG. Has the original inner sleeve there. It is in EX++ condition. An extremely nice copy, according to Paul. And it is up for a $145 start. Check that out. I know you probably can't really see it that well, but it is extremely nice. Up for a $145 start on Metallica. Master of Puppets. I would sing you the song, but I don't think I've ever actually heard the song Master of Puppets other than in Stranger Things. Paul's heard that that's a pretty good Metallica record, actually. And then next in this crate, we have King Tuff. King Tuff is $24.99. That one is Black Moon Spell. See, that would require me to know the song Damage Inc. to be able to sing it. Then next we've got The Vaccines. What did you expect from The Vaccines? That's on white vinyl for $39.99. Everyone is telling me to listen to Master of Puppets. Maybe someday. Next, we've got Massive Attack Mezzanine. This one is $44.99. And as Henry pointed out earlier, it does have the theme song from the TV show House on here. It is Teardrop. And that song, I believe, is actually sung by Elizabeth Fraser from the Cocteau Twins. Then next we've got My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult, Cooler Than Jesus Expanded Edition. And I didn't mention it earlier, but it's on limited magenta vinyl for $38.99. And then Death Grips Year of the Snitch. Death Grips Year of the Snitch is $33.99. That one's got Death Grips is online. And then we've got George Clanton 100% Electronica for $29.99. Got all of the lyrics on the back cover. That's neat. Haven't seen a layout like that in a while. And then we've got Beyonce Lemonade on yellow vinyl for $38.99. And that is the full recap of that crate. Robert, you had special ordered The Money Store. This is a different Death Grips album, but if you want this one, I would say that your kid will probably like that one if they like The Money Store. Okay, let's see, we've got Kelly Vladerchek on Cooler Than Jesus. That is sold to Kelly for $38.99. And then X-Wing, it's just what I wanted the backdrop to be. And then Natasha on GC, probably George Clanton. George Clanton sold to Natasha for $29.99. And then Robert Vladerchek on this Death Grips Year of the Snitch for $33.99. I can't believe that I didn't even realize that Metallica had 0 bids until just now when Jerry Rock opened it at $145. Tony, I had not ended the Ozzy one yet, but no one has bid since you at 70, so yes. Yes, Tony Riddle, you did get Ozzy sold to you for 70. Thank you. I don't know if y'all know this, but like the entirety of the Osbournes is on YouTube for free. So like every night I go home and I just watch the Osbournes until I fall asleep on the couch. Next we've got Guns N' Roses. I have not seen this one before. Oh, it's an unofficial, that would be why. So it looks like the title of this one is Some Kinda Orange. Disc 1 is live in San Diego, 1987. Disc 2 is 2 different shows, so Side C, live in Los Angeles, 1986. Side D, live in London, 1987. And Paul has a note here, beautiful condition, up for a $45 start. $45 start on Guns N' Roses. No one else has bid on Metallica. We'll give it like another minute, but are y'all gonna let Jerry get Metallica for $145? Alrighty, we've got a couple bids on GNR. Scott Van Sickle opened it up at 47. Michael McDade bid 50. And Danny had also bid 50. Larry, I do have some Japanese vinyl. I ran precisely 1 earlier, and then have forgotten ever since then. Nick Bargeron, the start on GNR was 45, but the high bid right now is 55, so it'll have to be at least 56, I guess. And then, let's see, Austin Latham has got GNR at 55. And then GNR is at 65. Yeah, no, I never expected that so much of my brain would just be the names of the dogs that Ozzy and Sharon had. Scott Fellows, these are actually these are Japanese CDs, but this one is Speak Now Taylor's version, a 2 CD set with a little guitar pick there. This one is that's the one that's my copy, so I don't have the price tagged on it. But those are $39.99. So $39.99 on Taylor. And then the Tortured Poets Department is the other one. This is the anthology version with like 30-something tracks. There's 16 tracks on the first disc, 19 tracks on the second disc. But this one's $54.99. These are some cool Japanese CDs that we got ordered in. Alrighty, nobody else bid against Jerry. So, we are going to sell Metallica to Jerry for $145 for that minimum bid. Thank you very much, Jerry Rock. That is sold to you. And GNR has had a few more bids. GNR is at 75. Yeah, the high bid on GNR is 75. Thank you guys for the compliments on my ring. I think I got it on like either off of Etsy or at a craft fair. One of the two. It's basically the only place that I ever buy rings. David Saunders, Guns N' Roses is an unofficial called Some Kinda Orange. Disc 1 is live in San Diego, 1987. Side C is live in LA, and then Side D is live in London. It is in beautiful condition, and the high bid right now is $75 with Alan Hagen. Ready, and then we'll get another auction introduced, and I need to get this crate switched out. We've gone through it twice. I guess next we'll do another one of the crates John got ready for today. We will do some non-Aussie era Black Sabbath. This one is Heaven and Hell. That one's 1980 UKOG. Super nice condition. It's a note from Paul. It's a $45 start, and it does have its original like UK sleeve. But that Heaven and Hell is up for a $45 start. Austin Latham has gone out on GNR, and Danny Thomason now has the high bid on GNR at 80. I am assuming that what Michael McDade typed is for Heaven and Hell. So Heaven and Hell is at 50 with Michael McDade. And I'll get this crate swapped out. Sold a couple out of there. Not bad, not bad. And what am I doing? I am Alrighty, so our next crate is another new John crate, and as I realized when I went over there, the other crate he priced is entirely Christmas albums, so we're not gonna make you guys suffer Christmas albums tonight. I will save those for Chad. Heaven and Hell details again? You got it, Gregory. Heaven and Hell is a 1980 UK OG. Super nice is the note from Paul, and it was a $45 start. Also has that, like, inner sleeve that UK pressings typically have. Oh, Scott Fellows, I did absolutely miss that somehow. You would like the Tortured Poets department and a Speak Now. Scott, I also have a few other Taylor Swift Japanese CDs. I can show those to you real quick. But we have Evermore is $29.99 in a more like standard CD package. We've also got Reputation for $33.99 as a Japanese CD. And we've got... We've got Taylor Swift Fearless for $29.99. And then her debut for $29.99. And this is the censored version. You are right, Larry Gonzalez. Mariah Carey is defrosting as we speak, much to my chagrin. But yeah, Scott Fellows, we will sell these to you. These are sold to Scott Fellows. This one was $39.99, this one $54.99, and just let me know if you would like to claim any more of these titles. Keep them in a little stack. We'll make the stack there. Wow, that is such an atrocious glare. There we go. Right, Gregory had bid 60 on Sabbath. I'm trying to see, I don't think anybody has bid on GNR since Danny bid 80. We're going to move GNR to a final call. And we will get started going through this John crate. The OJs, Let Me Touch You, $14.99, and since these are all straight price, supposed to be non-check condition, we will attempt to do offers on this crate. Okay, Scott, yeah. Thank you for the CD purchases. Next, we've got Porter Wagoner at his best. Porter Wagoner is $9.99. Then we've got Bob Weir, Heaven Help the Fool. Bob Weir is $19.99. Let's see if I can get this crate to stop falling over. And we've got Kingfish. Kingfish is $19.99. Ready, nobody else bid on Guns N' Roses after I moved it to a final call, so Guns N' Roses is sold to Danny Thompson for $80. Thank you, Danny. And Shakedown. Shakedown on that Bob Weir. Thank you, Shakedown. That is sold to you for $19.99. You know, I don't really fully know what Kingfish looks like, but I mean, here's a picture of the band on the back. Alrighty. Get another option going for you. see. Got Chastain, the 7th of Never. 1987 US OG, EX condition. Got a little corner clip there. $20 start. $20 start on Chastain. Right, nobody has bid on Black Sabbath since Gregory bid 60. So Black Sabbath, final call, and then Chastain we just put up, and it's a $20 start. And Jim Cooper is in on Chastain at 20. So what I can show from like where I've got my sweater on, we've got, these are like, I don't even know how you can see that, some horseshoes and a rose, and this is like a monster guy, and he's in jail, and then we've got a scorpion, like the scorpions, and then this is like a butterfly lady. Yeah, I don't know, she's sick. All of them are by the same guy. His name's Kyle. He's my favorite. Don't tell my other tattoo artists. Jim Cooper still has the high bid on Chastain at 20. Oh, and then Al Breezy Briseño has Chastain at 25. Jose Ramirez, we will be selling the Kiss signs, but we will be selling them tomorrow night. We got in part of our order today, and I just wanted to show off the cool light, but Chad will show those tomorrow night. Jim Cooper's got Chastain at 27. And still nobody has outbid Gregory on Heaven and Hell, so Gregory Roberts gets Black Sabbath for $60. Sold to Gregory Roberts. Thank you, Gregory. And we are going to replace that Black Sabbath with more Black Sabbath. This one is Black Sabbath, the Eternal Idol. Got some nudity there. Cover that up real quick. I know she's like a statue or something, but she also just looks like she's covered in mud. But Black Sabbath, the Eternal Idol. Well, Post-it notes trying to fall off anyway. But this is a 1987 US Specialty OG. Has the original inner sleeve, which you can see right there. It is in EX/EX Plus condition, and it's up for a $35 start. $35 start on the Eternal Idol. Alright, Chastain had a few more bids. Al Breezy had it at 30, and then Jim Cooper came back with 31. Tim Rory, I will try to get that Iron Maiden up after we sell one of these auctions. Josh Brown has bid 40 on that Black Sabbath. Bob Riger, what do you think Chad would get a tattoo of? And I guess, Denise, I can also echo everybody else's sentiments and be like, you think that, like, you'll get one, and it's like, yeah, I just want one tattoo, because, like, that's what I thought I was gonna do. My first tattoo is, like, it's under my cardigan, like, near my armpit, basically, but I was like, this will be the only one I get, and now I have, I don't even know how many. See, I feel like if Chad got the Icarus guy, that would be... Icarus is naked. Like, I don't know. I don't know if he would get a naked man. I could definitely see a demon crawling out of a holler drinking a monster, though. Okay. I've been too distracted. Chastain, high bid, 36 with Jim Cooper. Black Sabbath, 42 with John Bergstrom. And then next in this crate from John, The Mothers of Invention. Weasels ripped my flesh. That guy looks like Ray Liotta. That's all I can think of every time I look at this album. This one is $44.99. $44.99 on The Mothers of Invention. Weasels ripped my flesh. Josh Brown is out on Black Sabbath. So John Bergstrom still has that high bid for 42. Then next we've got Juicy Lucy. Lie back and enjoy it. Juicy Lucy is $19.99. Then Graham Parker, The Up Escalator. Got a promotional sticker there. We'll see. Maybe it's a white label promo. No promo label, just a promo sticker, sadly. But that one is $9.99. Yes, Ray Liotta Zappa and Tom Brady Devo. And then next we've got Outlaws from the beloved Connery collection. Outlaws is $14.99. Ready. So nobody else has bid on Black Sabbath in a hot minute, or Chastain. So actually, Al Breezy just bid on Chastain. But Black Sabbath has not had a bid. We're going to move Black Sabbath to a final call. It's at 42 with John Bergstrom. MIT Lab, do you think 12-year-olds know Paul McCartney? Like, I mean, when I was 12, I did, but I just wouldn't expect most current children to even know Paul McCartney. We need Chad's money to make the appointment first, though. Because I feel like most places are like, you know, they want a deposit. So we have to figure out how to get, like, a few $100s from Chad for no reason, and then surprise him with a tattoo appointment. Next, we've got Tom T. Hall, The Rhymer, and Other Feynman Dimers. $9.99. And nobody else bid on that Black Sabbath. Jim Cooper went out on Chastain. So I believe we can sell both auctions, actually. We are selling Black Sabbath for $42 to John Bergstrom. Thank you, John. And then Chastain. Chastain is sold to Al Breezy for $38. Thank you, Al Breezy. Ready. Actually got at least one Japanese that's like kind of relevant for Metal Night. Got David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat. David Lee Roth, Crazy from the Heat's got the insert, the obi, and beautiful Japanese vinyl. We will put it up for a $35 start. $35 start on David Lee Roth there. And then someone had asked for Iron Maiden The Final Frontier. Iron Maiden The Final Frontier is a 2010 US picture disc. It has both original inner sleeves, and it's up for a $45 start. $45 start on Iron Maiden The Final Frontier. Michael, we will need a numerical amount on David Lee Roth. He is a $35 start. Then next we've got The Ventures Swamp Rock. The Ventures Swamp Rock is $9.99. Then Leaf Garrett. Leaf Garrett is $9.99. Tim Rory has opened Iron Maiden at $45. James Chilcott, David Lee Roth is in very good shape. It's a Japanese vinyl, very clean, but up for a $35 start. Next we have Olivia Newton-John, Let Me Be There. That one is $9.99. Richard Bradshaw, we have not sold any Y&T yet. Okay, and let's see, we've got a few more bids. David Saunders bid $60 on Iron Maiden. And then Michael McDade, was that $35 to go with the DLR comment? Okay, yes, David Lee Roth is at $35 with Michael McDade. And James Chilcott also bid $35. Yeah, Bob, she's like crazy on that one. Then we got another Olivia, Have You Never Been Mellow? That one is $9.99. Scott, we do have a riot. The weird little seal thing on it has been staring at me all night. I will try to get that one up next. But David Lee Roth is sitting at $35 with Michael McDade right now. Okay, James Chilcott has just gotten in a bid, right as I said that, for $40. And Iron Maiden is still at $60 right now. Next, John Barleycorn Must Die. That is by Traffic, and it is $24.99. It's a UK pressing. We don't have a year on it, but it's a UK pressing. Then next we have A Letter Home. I think this is Neil Young. Yeah, this is that one that's Jack White and Neil Young. This is $34.99. Okay, let's see. Michael McDade has Iron Maiden at $65, and James Chilcott still has that high bid on David Lee Roth. Hessian Session, I am not familiar with Carol's Daughter. I don't know if you have Facebook at all, but if you could message the Collectco page or like my Facebook page and let us know to look for Carol's Daughter, we will try to do that. And let's see. Kevin Johnson on Traffic. Kevin Johnson gets Traffic for $24.99. Al Breezy, the Iron Maiden up right now is Iron Maiden The Final Frontier. It is a 2 LP set, both on picture discs from 2010. I will have to check that out, Hessian Session. Iron Maiden is at $70 right now. Joe Delgado, did you hear me give the information a couple seconds ago? I can read it again, but... Next in this crate, oh, we already saw that. We have the Paul Desmond Quartet live. Paul Desmond Quartet is $19.99. And then we've got Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, the motion picture soundtrack. $39.99. John does not have a year on here, but there's a 2015 really small at the bottom, so probably 2015 on this Ziggy Stardust, but that's $39.99. Okay, sweet. Rich Hopkins, we have not sold any Y&T yet. Okay, I haven't seen any bids on David Lee Roth since James Chilcott bid $40. Gonna move that to a final call. Next, we've got Duke and the Drivers, rolling on. Duke and the Drivers is $14.99. Rush, Corrosive Steel. Everything's just absolutely fallen over in this crate. I don't know how or why this happens, but it always happens all the time. Rush Corrosive Steel is $39.99. John put 53 press. I happen to know that's Hopog. Everyone wants Rush. Oh my gosh. Tim Rory was first on Rush. Tim Rory gets Rush. Thank you, Tim Rory. That's sold to you for $39.99. And now I have another crate full. I am going to move it to the operations room and find another empty crate. I'll be right back. Alrighty, got all the crates swapped out and everything. Let's see. David Lee Roth has a new bid for 45 with Michael McDade. And then Kelly Vladerchuk would like Duke and the Drivers, rolling on. That is sold to Kelly. I think Duke will love joining the Hermits. Susie, I don't know if I will get to CDs later. I'm probably gonna get through all the advertised auctions and then call it a night. Alright, and next in this crate, we've got another Rush. Rush All the World's a Stage. All the World's a Stage is $39.99, a 1976 Terre Haute pressing. And we've got Marshall Crenshaw downtown. Marshall Crenshaw is $10. And then James Chilcott went out on David Lee Roth. I believe our only other bidder was Michael McDade. So we are going to go ahead and sell David Lee Roth to Michael McDade. And that is sold for $45 to Michael McDade. Thank you, Michael. And let's see, I told Scott that we would do Fire Down Under by Riot next. So this one is a 1981 US Specialty OG in EX/EX Plus condition for a $25 start. $25 start on Riot. There are technically some Laura crates, but it's stuff that I ordered in new vinyl, so nothing that I priced used wise today. And let's see, we had Iron Maiden as a high bid of 70, and then a couple questions were asked and no more bids came in. So Iron Maiden is on a final call. And then Scott Arnold has bid 25 on Riot. Next in this crate, we've got Imagine by John Lennon. John Lennon Imagine is $29.99. And nobody else is bidding on this Iron Maiden, so we are selling it to David Saunders. Yes, David Saunders gets Iron Maiden for $70. So that Iron Maiden sold, and I believe we had a request for Y&T. All right, I will look for that Y&T. Oh, they're in the high-end tab. That's why. Y&T 10. Y&T 10 is a 1990 US OG. This was only released by the clubs, so this is a club pressing, but it is up for a $65 start. Still got the shrink wrap. Looks very lovely there. Y&T is up for a $65 start. Riot has had some bidding action. Stephen Lewis Jr., 35. Scott Arnold, 36. Wesley Stover, 37. Scott Arnold, 40. William Jurgovich, we do not get commission. At least I don't. Maybe Paul does, but I don't. Next is Twilly. So Dwight Twilly, presumably. $9.99. Rich Hopkins opened Y&T 10 at that $65. And Calvin Ward also bid $65, but Rich Hopkins has the high bid since he was in first. And George Benson, the George Benson collection, $14.99. Then Richard Bradshaw bid $68 on Y&T. Jay Nutra, John and I were talking about that earlier, about how like it's less odd than it like used to be, I guess, but like it's still kind of, you know, quote, bizarre to find girls who are really into music. But and then we got Robert Wlodarczyk on this John Lennon Imagine. That is sold to Robert Wlodarczyk for $29.99. Thank you. And then we've got Y&T at 75 with Calvin Ward, and then Rich Hopkins bid 80 on Y&T. We will get back to the crate here. Saw George Benson. Freedom Suite by the Rascals. Freedom Suite by the Rascals is $19.99. And then Cars. This is the Cars Candy O, $29.99. This one has Let's Go. And Paul and I discovered the other day that Let's Go is weird. He's singing about a teenage girl, and that's... I don't like that. Mark Viz on George Benson. That is sold to you, Mark Viz, for $14.99. Thank you. And then Calvin Ward has our high bid on Y&T right now at 90. Rich Hopkins tied. Ooh, I don't actually remember which specific Earth, Wind, and Fire album that's on, but I'll try to keep an eye out. Scott Van Sickle on Cars. That is sold to you, Scott Van Sickle, for $29.99. Then next we've got The Cars Greatest Hits. The Cars Greatest Hits is $34.99. You gotta pay $5 more because it's all bangers. No album track filler. Rich Hopkins has Y&T for $100. And I haven't seen a bid on Riot since Stephen Lewis Jr. bid $40. Actually, I lied. Technically, Scott Arnold has the high bid at $40, and then Stephen Lewis Jr. tied him at $40. But we have not had a Riot bid since Scott Arnold bid 40 on it. Best of Volume 1, okay. Y&T still has a high bid of 100 with Rich Hopkins. Somehow the bids are going down. And then Stray Cats. Stray Cats Built for Speed. Stray Cats Built for Speed is $24.99. This one's the one that's got Rock This Town. And Stray Cat Strut. Stray Cat Strut was like one of my favorite songs as a child. And like, I still like it. Yeah, George Burleson, it's like concerning how much music is like, I love this child. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Why did you record and release that? And now Stephen Lewis Jr. has bid 41 on Riot. Mark Viz on Cats. I'm assuming that is for Stray Cats. So that is sold to Mark Viz. Thank you, Mark. And then Scott Arnold is out on Riot. So we're going to move that to a final call. I believe Stephen Lewis Jr. has it at 41. And now Calvin Ward has bid 105 on Y&T. Scott, the Cars Greatest Hits was $34.99. This is technically a buy it now or best offer crate, but okay. Rich Hopkins has the high bid on Y&T for 110. Next in this crate we have Ruben and the Jets. Cruising with Ruben and the Jets. This is a Frank Zappa related record here for $34.99. Then we've got Dueling Banjos from the original soundtrack of Deliverance. That is $19.99 for the Deliverance soundtrack, basically. Calvin Ward has got Y&T for $115. And I haven't seen any more bids on Riot since Stephen Lewis Jr. bid $41. So we had it at a final call. And now we are going to sell it to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $41. Thank you, Stephen. That Riot is going to you. Rich Hopkins now has Y&T at 120. Let's see. Next we are gonna do another Aussie. This one is Speak of the Devil. I think y'all know the deal on this one. Not repressed, probably never gonna be repressed. Got the original inner sleeves. But this is a 1982 USOG. Disc 1 is EX and Disc 2 is EX plus / near mint minus. It's going up for a $45 start. $45 start on Aussie there. All right, let's see. Y&T at 120. Scott Van Sickle claimed Dueling Banjos. Thank you, Scott Van Sickle. That is sold to you for $19.99. Y&T is at 122. John did not leave any information on the pressing, but I will try to investigate. Man, he did not clean this either. It is a Carrollton pressing, so it is probably a Columbia House. Yeah, it is a Columbia House pressing from, you know, vaguely around the time it was manufactured. I'm gonna find a rag and wipe this down. I don't know why he didn't clean this. My new theory is that that is how John gets so much priced, is by not cleaning them. But yes, Card's Greatest Hits, $35 Columbia house pressing. And now it's clean. Temporary, I will try to put up Skid Row as soon as I can. Rich Hopkins has Y&T for $125. And then we've got Kevin Tays opened Aussie at $45. Scott Van Sickle bid $50 on Aussie. Robert, this is the last New Arrivals John crate for today. Technically there's another one, but it's all Christmas stuff. And then the next few crates, there's one more crate of stuff that I ordered for tonight that I haven't gotten to show yet. And then there are 2 crates that I compiled of stuff I've ordered recently that is still sitting around for some reason and should be sold. And James Chilcott bid $50 on Aussie, but Scott Van Sickle bid $50 first, so Scott Van Sickle still has the high bid. Calvin Ward is out on Y&T. We're going to move Y&T to a final call because I believe it was mostly just between Calvin and Rich. XJM Stanley has got Aussie at 55. And X-Wing has Aussie at 57. Next in this crate, oh, we already saw Ruben in the Jets. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going. $19.99 on Phil Collins there. Then the Pentangle. The Pentangle is $19.99. Don't really know much about the Pentangle, but it looks cool. Then we've got Julian Lennon, Son of John. This one is Valet? I'm not really sure. $9.99 on Julian there. Okay, we've got XJM Stanley has Aussie at 60, and then Scott Van Sickle has bid 65 on Aussie. Still haven't seen any more bids on Y&T, so we are going to sell Y&T to Rich Hopkins for $125. Thank you, Rich Hopkins. That is sold to you. And then got a claim from Scott Van Sickle on Phil Collins. So that is sold to Scott Van Sickle for $19.99. Thank you, Scott. Now I need to get another auction up. Skid Row. Skid Row is what I was just asked about. This is Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. Skid Row is a 1991 USOG, similar to that Y&T. It was only released by the clubs. It's got the original inner sleeve. And it is in EX Plus condition for a 125 start. That is 125. Okay, XJM Stanley is out on Aussie. Scott Van Sickle has the high bid on Aussie at 65. We'll move that to a final call. And if anyone wants to get it on Skid Row, 125 start. And we have Resurrection Band. Resurrection Band awaiting your reply. That's $19.99 on the Resurrection Band. James Chilcott has bid 67 on Aussie. We've got Daniel Amos, Horrendous Disc. Horrendous Disc is $19.99. I would love to know what this is. And then we've got Commodores in the Pocket. And there they are in the pocket. It is $14.99 on the Commodores. All right, we've got Gregory Roberts opening up a Skid Row at 125. And then Scott Van Sickle has Aussie for 70. Thank y'all for the encouragement. Next, we've got the Matadors Meet the Bull. Stitt featuring Sonny Stitt. So who is the artist on this? Is it Sonny Stitt? I don't know. I guess maybe the Matadors are some sort of jazz ensemble, and Sonny Stitt is with them. Is Skid Row censored or uncensored? I believe it's censored because I think the track list has a song with an F in the title. That I don't actually remember the actual title, but I know there's like an F word song. Right, we got a few more bits on Ozzy. Ozzy is at 72 with James Chilcott, and then at 80 with Scott Van Sickle. Next in this crate, we have Country Joe McDonald. War, War, War. That is 1999. Yeah, what Patrick Lear said, get the freak out. Kevin Johnson, we've had a couple Slayers go up, but we still have Slayer Criminally Insane and Slayer Rain and Blood to run. Okay, James Chilcott is out on Ozzy. So Scott Van Sickle had that high bid. We'll move Ozzy to a final call. And no one else has been on Skid Row. So I'll give it a little bit longer just because, I don't know, maybe y'all are still researching it or something, but we will try to run Rain and Blood next. Yes. And then Jane Nutra, let me look real quick. Looks like... Okay, Paul has a note on Rain and Blood that it is a top copy, so near mint. And then, let's see. Travis Woods bid 150 on Skid Row. And then Gregory Roberts bid 175 on Skid Row. Okay, next we have Joey D and the Starlighters, Hitsville. Joey D and the Starlighters is $9.99. And then Mike Morgan and the Crawl, Raw and Ready. Mike Morgan is $19.99. And all right, I am going to mute my mic real quick. I need to let my boyfriend into the store, but I will be right back. Alright everybody, I apologize for the wait there. Looks like some heavy bidding happened while I stepped away for a second. So, before I walked away, our high bid on Skid Row was $175. Then it went to $200 with Travis, $225 with Gregory, $240 with Travis, $275 with Gregory, $299 with Travis, $325 with Gregory, and then Travis went out and said, "All yours, Gregory." So we will sell that Skid Row, and also no one bid on Ozzy in any of that time that I was gone. So Ozzy is sold to Scott Van Sickle for $80. Thank you very much, Scott. And then Skid Row is sold to Gregory Roberts for $325. We almost got to an air horn, but not quite. Thank you, Gregory, for that. Skid Row is yours for $325. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more auctions. And then after I am done with those 9 auctions, I'm probably gonna go home. So, first we will do Slayer, Criminally Insane. Slayer Criminally Insane is a 1987 US OG. It's a 12-inch single, $35 start. And got this Megadeth that I keep flipping past. This is a 2011 US picture disc OG. There's no CD with it. I suppose it was supposed to come with one, but this is up for a $55 start. Actually, I think I'll just take one of these out, because that's maybe a better view of Megadeth there. Well, maybe not. Sure. Alright, so just to refresh, the Slayer, 35 start, EX condition, and Megadeth was a $55 start. And 007 Platinum is in on Megadeth at $55. Thank you, 007 Platinum. Next in this crate, we have the very best of Tommy Edwards. Tommy Edwards is $9.99. And then last in this crate, we have Frank Zappa, Hot Rats. Hot Rats is $39.99 and features Peaches in Regalia. Probably his most, like, I don't know if it was commercially successful per se, but you know, maybe his most accessible song, if some of his music's a little too freaky and out there. James Chilcott, I believe this Megadeth album is called 13. That is what all of the discs say. Hello, Jason Fornerat. We still have not had any bids on Slayer. Kevin Hot Rats is on. Oop, if I can stop destroying the camera. Hot Rats is actually on the Bizarre labels. And Hessian Session, the Slayer start is $35 start on Slayer. Alrighty, I could recap this Sean crate, or I could show you guys a new vinyl that I ordered, and that sounds more exciting. So I think I'm going to do that. But before I do that, I am going to sell Kevin Johnson Hot Rats for $39.99. And then David Saunders has opened Slayer at 40. Thank you, David Saunders. All right, so this next crate is the last of the titles that I ordered specifically for after I found out I was going to host. Okay, Ray Red wants to know Sunny Stit, price and condition. Everything in this crate was supposed to be EX plus or better, so we know condition, but I am trying to find that Sunny Stit record. I know it's in here. Where did it go? Ah, there we go. Let's see. Ray Red Sunny Stit was $19.99, and it is in, yep, near mint condition. So let me know claim or pass on that. I'll just keep it over here for right now. Let's see, and then Danny Thomason bid 50 on Slayer, and David Saunders bid 60 on Slayer. And then Megadeth still only has that one $55 bid with 007 Platinum. And then Danny, here is the back cover on this Slayer. And then Robert Warner is out on Slayer. Alrighty, we will get started on this crate. So first up out of the new titles that I've ordered, we've got Boris Pink. Boris Pink is a 2 LP set, and it is $39.99. Tried to order, you know, a little bit of heavier music for y'all. You know, just some that I like and am aware of, like Boris. Of course, that's not this entire crate, but, you know, some stuff I tried to at least, you know, maybe fit the theme a little. And then next we have Scarin' the Hose. Scarin' the Hose is by Danny Brown and JPEG Mafia. It's on white vinyl for $44.99. Jason, I will certainly try to suggest that, but Chad has not listened to any of my light suggestions so far. But also my light suggestions were Charlie XCX and Taylor Swift. And let's see, next we have Blood Brothers Crimes. Blood Brothers Crimes is $29.99, and that is on, I believe, white vinyl is what our distributor said, but Blood Brothers are sick. If you like At the Drive-In at all, you would probably be very into Blood Brothers. Victor, Megadeth is still sitting at the opening bid of $55. 007 Platinum bid $55, and no one has bid since then. Alrighty, next in this crate we've got Slater Kenny the Woods. Then we've got Sabrina Carpenter. This one is actually, it's a short and sweet, but it is the alternate cover. I think it was supposed to be exclusive to our website, but we have them now. Okay, and Victor has bid 57 on that Megadeth. I have not seen any more bids on Slayer since Danny bid 62. We're going to move that to a final call. And now 007 Platinum is at 60 with this Megadeth. Okay, Ray Red is going to hold off on Stit. Thank you for letting me know, Ray Red. I'll throw that back into the crate. Not throw, gently place. Next we've got, you probably just tell from the top if you know what the album is, but Bloom by Beach House. Bloom by Beach House is $33.99. David Saunders is out on Slayer. And now Victor Guerra has bid $62 on Megadeth. And no one else is bidding on that Slayer. So we are going to go ahead and sell Slayer to Danny. Slayer sold to Danny Thomason for $62. Thank you, Danny. And we will put up... We'll replace that Slayer with another Slayer. We'll get that Rain in Blood. Rain in Blood is a 1986 US Specialty OG. It has the original inner sleeve there. And Paul has marked this as a top copy. Top copy Slayer here, up for a $175 start. And next we've got Father John Misty. This one is Fear Fun. This one's great. This one has got Hollywood Forever Cemetery Sings and Only Son of a Ladies Man and other bangers, but that is a fantastic one from Father John Misty. Also just love the artwork on that one. It's so good. Kevin Johnson has started Slayer at $175. Mark, I almost ordered Teen Dream instead, so now I know I will order Teen Dream next time I order New Vinyl. And next we've got L7. L7, I don't know if Pam Murray is watching right now, but I specifically ordered this one after she asked if we could get any L7, but this one is $24.99. Oh, Todd, that's so exciting. There we go. Pam Murray on the L7 sold for $24.99. Thank you, Pam. And then Leslie, Father John Misty was $29.99. Victor, L7 is supposed to be just their first album, so I think it's just a picture of them playing live as the album cover, but I don't think it's actually live. You are welcome, Pam. And let's see. No more bids on Slayer, and I haven't seen a bid on Megadeth since 007 Platinum bid 70. I'm gonna move Megadeth to a final call. Yeah, let's see. So Father John Misty is Fun Times in Babylon, Nancy From Now On, Hollywood Forever Cemetery Sings, I'm Writing a Novel, Oh I Long to Feel Your Arms Around Me, Misty's Nightmares 1 and 2, Only Son of the Ladies Man, This Is Sally Hatchet, Well You Can Do It Without Me, Now I'm Learning to Love the War, TPs 1 through 12, and Every Man Needs a Companion. Alrighty, Victor is out on Megadeth, so we can officially sell Megadeth to 007 Platinum. Thank you, 007 Platinum. That is sold to you for $70. And we've got Kelly Vladerchuk on a Father John Misty. Thank you, Kelly. That is sold to you. You are welcome, Jackie. Right, and you gotta get us another auction up. We'll do the last one in the high-end tab here. Wasp the Headless Children. Wasp the Headless Children is a 2003 Swedish reissue on blue vinyl, limited to 1,000. This is copy number 814. Disc 1 is EX, and Disc 2 is EX plus / near mint minus. Paul noted there is some wear on the top seams here. Just realized there you go. Now you can kind of see. There's some wear on the top seams. This is up for a $65 start. $65 start on Wasp there. Alright, and then Jackie Reynolds is also sold on this Father John Misty. Alright, that was another L7. Okay, next we've got Deftones at Koi no Yokan. I know Chad has ordered quite a few Deftones titles, but he has never, to my knowledge, ordered Koi no Yokan. So we've got that one for $33.99. And Drain is Your Friend. Drain is Your Friend is $29.99. They are a sick hardcore band. A little bit thrash influenced, but definitely hardcore more than anything. If you can't tell by just looking at them. But Drain is Your Friend is on limited edition colored vinyl. I don't know what color. I'm gonna guess blue, but I don't actually know that. And no one else has bid on this Slayer. Kevin Johnson has had it at 175 for literally like 6 whole minutes. So, final call. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold. Slayer is sold to... Why do I lose it every time? Kevin Johnson. Sold to Kevin Johnson for 175. Thank you, Kevin. And then Robert, it was Koi no Yokan, which I am like 99% sure Chad has not ordered, so you probably don't own this one, but I don't know for sure. And then XJM Stanley on Drain. Thank you, XJM Stanley. Drain is sold to you for $29.99. Oh, actually, the barcode says it's frosted Coke bottle vinyl. That's kind of like blue. Next we have Dio. Dio the Last in Line. Dio the Last in Line is a 84 UK OG. It has the original inner sleeve here. And it's up for a $25 start. $25 start on a UK copy of old Dio there. And Robert Vloderchek on Deftones. That is sold to you for $33.99. Thank you, Robert. Jay Nutria are immediately in on Dio for $25. And then we had another copy of that Drain if anyone else needs one. Orville Peck Pony. Orville Peck rules. I love him so much. He is like, it's like if you mixed old country music with shoegaze or something. Like, it's crazy. I love him so much. I saw him last year, and John Waters was his MC for some reason. It was wild. It was a great time. Alright, and then Kevin Tays has Dio at 30, and Gregory Roberts has Dio at 45. Larry, this Dio has neither of those songs, unfortunately. This one's got We Rock, The Last in Line, Breathless, I Speed at Night, One Night in the City, Evil Eyes, Mysteries, Eat Your Heart Out, and Egypt, The Chains Are On. Oh, and the Dio condition is no condition notes. No condition notes should mean near mint, but we'll double check. I may actually have to pause in just a second, because I sent my boyfriend on a mission to bring me food, and I think he has returned with a Whataburger for me. But I'm gonna mute my mic, let him back inside real quick. Alrighty, I have returned. I was correct. I do, in fact, have a burger. Let's see, Dio was at 45, and then 50, and 65. So, let's see. Yeah, Dio had a high bid with Gregory Roberts at 65. And Wasp does not seem to have gotten any bids. Yeah, no Wasp bids. Okay, yeah. Wasp, just as a reminder, 2003 Swedish reissue, limited to 1,000 on blue vinyl, in EX condition, a little bit of cover wear, $65 start. $65 start on Wasp. And as soon as we end these two auctions, I am going to eat my Whataburger, but then I will be right back. And then we will, do the remaining 4 auctions after that. We still have not had any other bids on Dio since I came back. It's a final call with Gregory, and Jim B has bid on Wasp for $65, and y'all know what that means. If Jim B bids on something, you know that it's a steal. Jason, there have actually been no bids so far. And still nobody bid on that Dio, so we are selling Dio to Gregory for $65. $65 to Gregory Roberts on this lovely Dio UK copy. Thank you, Gregory. And now that Jim B has put a bid in on Wasp, we're gonna move it to a final call. And I will finish showing y'all the rest of this crate real quick. You got Wise Blood Titanic Rising for $24.99. And we have Idol's Joy as an Act of Resistance for $29.99. This is the one that features Never Fight a Man with a Perm. That one is great. And last but not least, Sabrina Carpenter, Man's Best Friend. Channeling Spinal Tap there. $39.99. Kelly, this one is Titanic Rising. Okay, I still haven't seen any more bids on the Wasp. We're gonna do a 5-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, Wasp is sold to Jim B for $65. Thank you, Jim B. I didn't do the research on this one, but have a feeling you got a deal there. And then last thing before I pause for like 5 seconds and eat my Whataburger, we are selling Kelly a copy of Wise Blood Titanic Rising for $24.99. I'm gonna do it like last time and try to leave a little note of, what time I'll be back. But I just realized this Post-it note is way too small. I realized while I was using this incredibly squeaky Sharpie that I didn't mute my mic, so I'm sorry if you guys heard that very squeaky Sharpie marker. Jim, you were bidding 65 on my Whataburger. We'll cover up the Collect Co-Metal Night hosted by Laura sign with the Laura will return sign. Oh, actually, before I walk away, I will let you know the last auctions are Iron Maiden Book of Souls 2016 Tour Sampler, something called Mayo Fist Thunder and Rock, Y&T Open Fire, and a Quiet Riot Bad Boy. So we've got those to look forward to when I get back in just a second. For some reason, the mic is not mute. Alrighty, I am back. My sign was incorrect because I am bad at math and didn't realize that that was only like 6 minutes. I thought I was writing a time that was like 15 minutes in the future, but no. Let's see, now that I am back, I will try to get caught up on the chat here. Okay, I don't think I missed anything too crazy. Okay, yes, if there were any burning questions you had that I missed, just please submit them again. But now that I'm back, we'll put up these last few auctions. So first we have Quiet Riot Bad Boy. This is a 1984 UK 12-inch single, EX Plus condition, $5 start. $5 start on that Quiet Riot. Weirdly, the air fryer was like pretty fine on the burger. It made the bun a little hard, but you know, it was mostly okay. And then our next auction, we have Iron Maiden, the Book of Souls 2016 Tour Sampler. It's a 2016 unofficial on red vinyl. Paul says the info on the rear jacket is correct, so looks like it's Wacken, Tokyo, Gothenburg, Wacken, Moscow, and Moscow. And this one is up for a $25 start. $25 start on this Book of Souls Tour unofficial. Jim B, this is already part 2 technically because my first stream shut down after 5 minutes. I guess I will recap this crate real quick, just in case y'all maybe were thinking about some of the stuff that was in here. See, we've got Al Breezy and on Iron Maiden for 50. So the high bid is 50 on Iron Maiden currently. And first in this crate we have Boris Pink. Boris Pink is 2 LPs with exclusive side D etching for $39.99. And then we've got Scarin' the Hose. Scarin' the Hose is by JPEG Mafia and Danny Brown. This one's $44.99 on white vinyl. Whenever Ed unboxed this, he was very confused as to what Scarin' the Hose was. So I was like, it's cool, it's a rap album, but it is a funny name. Blood Brothers Crimes. Blood Brothers Crimes is $29.99 on white vinyl. Alright, we've got James Chilcott and on Quiet Riot. Oh yeah, Jay Nutra, leaving some notes on Boris here, but yes, if you are a fan of stoner rock, or, you know, as Chad would scream, stoner rock, but you would probably be into Boris. Also, if you're into more like experimental rock, probably would be into that. Now we've got John LaBeatty has bid $6 on Quiet Riot. And then we have Sleater-Kinney The Woods. This was the last album they put out before they went on hiatus. This is the one that's got Jumpers, Modern Girl, Entertain. Very, very solid LP from Sleater-Kinney there. And now James Chilcott has Quiet Riot at 10. And nobody has bid higher than Al Breezy on Iron Maiden. He still has a high bid for 50. Next off in this crate, we have Sabrina Carpenter. This is short and sweet. This was supposed to be a website exclusive, like artist website exclusive, but they ended up becoming available for distribution to us. So $38.99 on Sabrina. I think she might be on like blue vinyl or something, but she definitely has alternate cover art there. Next we have Bloom by Beach House. This is a 2 LP set for $33.99. If you don't know these songs, this track list will mean nothing to you, but all of these songs are so good. Very dream pop oriented. Victoria Legrand has just a beautiful lower register voice. Then next we have L7. L7 is a reissue of their 1988 debut LP for $24.99. Then Deftones Koi no Yokon. That is $33.99. And next in the crate we had Drain Is Your Friend. Drain is a hardcore band with a little bit of thrash influence. They got riffs. It's on frosted Coke bottle vinyl, and it's $29.99. Alrighty, we are going to move our auctions both to a final call. I haven't seen bids on either of them in 2 whole minutes now. Next up, we have Orville Peck Pony. Cannot recommend this one enough. $24.99 for Orville Peck there. He is fantastic. The mask is kind of his, like, gimmick, I guess, but calling it a gimmick sounds mean. I don't know. I think it's cool that he has a thing, and... Sheldon Bergenheyer. Quiet Riot is a 12-inch single, 1984 UK OG in EX Plus condition. It's called Bad Boy. Looks like it's got Bad Boy, Metal Health Live, and Slick Black Cadillac Live. And the high bid on that was 10. And then next we had Wise Blood Titanic Rising. Wise Blood is $24.99. Another fantastic, more dream pop oriented sound. I think she has a beautiful voice. And then we have Idols, Joy as an Act of Resistance. Idols. This one has Never Fight a Man with a Perm. Also, I'm Scum is very good. This album was not produced by Nigel Godrich, but one of their albums was, and that's the guy who does all the Radiohead production. So they sound nothing like Radiohead though, which is why it's wild. Okay, Quiet Riot now has a bid at 15 with John LeBeatty, and David Saunders wants to know the details on Iron Maiden. This one is a 2016 unofficial on red vinyl. It is a compilation of a few different live dates from the Book of Souls tour. It's a VG Plus condition, and it has a $50 high bid with Al Breezy. Kelly, I don't think I would eat at any sushi place that Guy Fieri was like, this is bad. But I'm also just nervous about sushi in general because that's the #1 food that has given me food poisoning in my life. James Chilcott has Quiet Riot at 17. And another Idols there. And then last in this crate, Sabrina Carpenter, Man's Best Friend. Man's Best Friend is $39.99, and I want to say this is on blue vinyl, but I don't know that for sure. Don't hold me to that. But that finishes up that crate for us. And that, I know Natasha's been in and out all night, but I feel like every time I've shown one of the crates of stuff that I ordered, she has been absent, except for, I think, maybe one crate earlier. I'm trying to decide where to stack everything. Oh, yeah. Trying to figure out what crate I'm gonna show next. I think I may have found a pretty good one of some stuff Chad ordered a while back. Actually, I don't even know how long ago he ordered it, but it's stuff Chad ordered. I know that. Already, Iron Maiden has gotten some more bids. Looks like David Saunders bid 55 on Iron Maiden, and Al Breezy has Iron Maiden at 75. Quiet Riot has not seen any more bids since James Chilcott bid 17. Probably gonna move Quiet Riot to a final call. And we'll go through this crate of some titles Chad ordered. Looks like a big mix of stuff in here. So first in this crate we have Lenny Kravitz, Black and White America. It's a Rocktober title for $38.99. And we have, is that LL Cool J? Yeah, LL Cool J, $39.99 for All World. Next we've got The Best of Caius, $44.99, pressed on blue vinyl. Biohazard Urban Discipline. That one is $44.99. Alrighty, I haven't seen any more bids on Quiet Riot since I moved it to a final call. So, James Chilcott, this is sold to you for $17. Thank you, James. Okay. Our next auction is Mayo Fist. Mayo Fist is called Thunder in Rock. It's a 1981 UK OG, up for a $10 start. $10 start on Mayo Fist. I keep just almost accidentally, knocking that Kiss light over. Yes, Jay Nutra is correct. He mentioned that Caius is a stoner rock band. They are. Some say they are the first stoner rock band. Donna, was that a claim on something? And then next in this crate is Rammstein. Oh, okay. There's a naked lady on old Rammstein there. But that's $39.99 for Lieb ist für all da. We're gonna pretend like I nailed that German pronunciation. Right, next off in this crate, Scott Weiland, The Most Wonderful Time of the Year. It's a Christmas album from Scott Weiland, and it is $29.99. Oh, yeah, Donna. He does, actually. Like, I mean, look at him. And then next we have Chicago Greatest Christmas Hits. This is on red vinyl for $29.99. David Saunders went out on Iron Maiden. So, Al Breezy, this Iron Maiden is sold to you for $75. Thank you, Al Breezy. And then, was anybody interested in this Mayo Fist? It is a $10 start. I don't really know much about it other than that it looks like this and is called this, and that it is a 1981 UK OG, but it's in good shape $10 start. And then we've got our final auction of tonight. Y&T Open Fire. Y&T Open Fire is a 1985 US OG. It's a club. It's Columbia House, and it has the original inner sleeve here, if I can get it flipped around. It's up for a $15 start. $15 start on this Y&T Open Fire. So I'm gonna go ahead and move this Myo Fist to a no bid. If any of y'all want to buy it now, $10. But Myo Fist is a no bid. I think Nightmare Pop is maybe actually, isn't that like industrial? Alright, we got Josh Brown in on a Scott Weiland here that is sold to Josh Brown for $29.99. Thank you, Josh. And Victor Guerra gets that buy it now on Myo Fist, sold to Victor Guerra for $10. And since I do have some Japanese sitting over here, I will put up one last Japanese auction. Our last Japanese auction of the night is going to be NSG One Night at Budokan. NSG is in very, very lovely condition. Near mint. Yep, near mint on both discs, and it has the insert. Of course, has the obi going on the front. But NSG up for a $35 start. I think my feed might be getting hung up. If y'all could leave a couple test comments, that would be awesome. Weird. I guess I'll just refresh the stream and hopefully that will get it working again. Alrighty, we were still going through this crate here. This is the very best of Curtis Mayfield. The very best of Curtis Mayfield is $38.99. Then next we've got another Rammstein. This one is Rosenrot. Rosenrot is $49.99. Alright, thank y'all for those test comments for me. I have got the feed working again, so we are all good on that front. And I don't think I missed any bids while I had to reset the feed, but just as a reminder, this Y&T is a $15 start, and then MSG was a $35 start. Alright, and then next in this crate we've got Outcast AT Aliens for $33.99. And then we've got Cypress Hill Black Sunday. Cypress Hill Black Sunday is $38.99. And this is the one that has Insane in the Brain and Hits from the Bong. They're both on this one. That might as well be a greatest hits. And then next we've got Stone Temple Pilots at the Centrum Worcester 1994 for $29.99. It's on some sort of color. Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles, $29.99. And if neither of these have a bid by the time I finish going through this crate, we will move them to a no bid. But I am reaching the point in the day in which my brain is turned into goo, and I kind of want to go home soon. But Cypress Hill is sold to Tom Sullivan 2112 for $38.99. Thank you, Tom Sullivan. Oh, Jeremy, we will have to look into that. Hopefully that will be something that is available for us to order and not be like the recent Danzig and Cramps thing where it's like, oh, you know, these are reissued, but only if you go on youdiscovermusic.com. Okay, and then next in this crate we've got Run DMC, Raising Hell. Run DMC is $38.99. Have 2 copies of that one. Then we got another Cypress Hill. This one's $29.99. I don't think I know any songs on this one. Oh, we got another Cypress Hill. And then another Run DMC. This one is Tougher Than Leather. Tougher Than Leather is $29.99. And then we've got another LL Cool J. This one is Mama Said Knock You Out. This one's $34.99. And then another LL Cool J. This one's Bad, aka Bigger and Deafer, $34.99. I'm getting close to the end of this crate, and neither of these have bids. This one is Iommi. So, Tony Iommi with Glenn Hughes, the 1996 Depp Sessions. $29.99 on that one. Ramones Brain Drain. Ramones Brain Drain is $29.99, and this is the one that's got Pet Cemetery and Merry Christmas, I Don't Want to Fight Tonight, about to be seasonally appropriate. Guy Shard, I was wondering where you were. I was like, if Guy Shard were here, he would buy all of my Taylor Swift CDs. I got you, Guy Shard. There are also these, which are not visible on screen right now, but let me know if you need any of these. They are the indie store exclusive versions of Life of a Showgirl. So there's that one. And then I have a handful of copies of each of these, but I got that one. These are $19.99 a piece on the Life of the Showgirl alternate versions. And then that one. I think that's maybe my favorite out of those different alternate covers. And this one. So I've got all those different Life of a Showgirls that you may not have seen. Tom Sullivan wants a Run DMC Raising Hell. Tom Sullivan, that is sold to you for $38.99. Thank you, Tom. And Nat Reynolds, these are new vinyl. So they are mostly reissues of stuff. Okay, you have the other ones, just the Japanese ones. I got you. Okay, so just to confirm, I have a Speak Now for Guy Shard. I have a Tortured Poets Department anthology for Guy Shard. Also, I'll let you know prices just in case. Speak Now Taylor's version was $39.99. Tortured Poets Department, the anthology, is $54.99. No, Tom Sullivan, those were exclusive to her website and sold out within, like, seconds of being on her website. So I think the only way to get the alternate Showgirl covers is either from Target has an alternate version, and then, unfortunately, resellers on Discogs and eBay. And we got Taylor Swift debut. Taylor Swift debut is $29.99. There's this Speak Now, which I don't think is Japanese. I don't know that you would want that one. It was marked import. I think it's maybe European. And then we've got Evermore for $29.99. And we have, oh, there it is. It's like we had Reputation and Fearless. We also have Fearless for $29.99 and then Reputation for $33.99. So, Guy Shard, if you want those, let me know. And then next in this crate that we are recapping here, this is The Cult Hidden City. The Cult Hidden City is on 1LP red, 1LP white vinyl for $59.99. I believe that's been out of print since it came out. It was on vinyl that one time and then gone. Speak Now, not Japanese, all the other ones good. Alrighty. I have got those for you, Guy Shard. Guy Shard gets Reputation, Fearless, Evermore, Debut, Tortured Poets Department Anthology, and Speak Now, all sold to Guy Shard. Thank you so very, very much, Guy Shard. I'm starting to realize I don't really know what Chad does when he sells CDs, because I don't think he puts them down in the crate with the records. Alrighty, and then Speak Now. We will move into our little pile over here. Yes, Guy Shard, I am probably about to end the sale soon, but it's been fun. I've, you know, clearly had fun making the back wall all Taylor Swift. And next in this crate, we've got Ace Frehley. Frehley's Comet for $39.99. You're right, MIT Lab, he does just drop them. And then last in this crate, we've got Testament Load. Testament Low is a music on vinyl pressing, 180 gram vinyl for $39.99. Nobody? Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. John Bobing bid on MSG. John Bobing bid on MSG, and nobody else ever bid on MSG. Also, Tom Sullivan, did I sell you that Cypress Hill? Yes, I did. Okay. So, John Bobing bid $35 on MSG, and since nobody else bid, John Bobing gets MSG for $35, and that is sold to John Bobing. Also, thank you for sending that bid in again, John Bobing. XJM Stanley, yes, I did not sell any of those earlier. The only thing is just trying to figure out where I put them, because I just kind of stacked stuff up next to me randomly without any thought process. But I know what it looks like from the top, so I shouldn't have that hard of a time finding it. MSG is trying to fight me right now. Also, whoever watches the sale tomorrow, will you please put the Japanese records into new sleeves? I realized that I didn't do that, and I just stabbed the crap out of this one. The sleeve, not the record. The record is totally fine. Do not worry about the record. It's the sleeve. Alrighty, and then I'm gonna find that brand new record for XJM Stanley. I want to say it's in... Nope, not that one. Oh, it's this one. Yeah. XJM Stanley gets brand new Deja Entendu for $36.99. And then if anybody wants to buy this Y&T, we'll put it for buy it now at $15. So $15 on this Y&T if anyone wants that. thank everybody for watching tonight. I guess actually, I'll leave these here. Jane Nutra, the Y&T album is Open Fire Live? So I guess it's just, you know, a live album. Got Open Fire, Go for the Throat, 25 Hours a Day, Rescue Me, Summertime Girls studio version, Forever, Barroom Boogie, and I Believe in You. Let's see, I see an offer from James Hicks on Y&T for 10. James, do you think we could maybe do 12? Do a classic $2 bump there? Alrighty, thank everybody for tuning in. I hope y'all all have a awesome rest of the night. So weird to have this like big gap here. And James Hicks said, okay, so we will sell James Hicks this Y&T for $12. $12. Thank you, James Hicks, I believe. Unless anybody else has anything they desperately know that they need that they saw tonight, I think we are going to end the sale. But I'll give y'all a couple minutes to, well, not minutes, but seconds to think about, okay, is there anything I need? I gotta claim it right now. Alrighty. Well, I hope everybody has a wonderful night, and I don't know the next time I'll host, but, you know, maybe at some point. Oh yeah, you're welcome, Jane Neutro. I am always happy to try to order new vinyl for y'all. Good night, everybody.